Okay, so I'd like to open up today's Planning Commission meeting, and it's my first time out doing this. I was for the December 13th, 2023, and from the agenda, just reading straight from it, we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone, and Mr. Villalobos, if you could provide the TV coverage announcement.
Yes, thank you, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Shall I move on to roll call?
Yes, please.
All right, great. Commissioner Cooney?
Here.
Commissioner Bradley?
Here.
Commissioner Reed?
Here.
And Acting Chair Martinez?
Here.
And then for the record, Commissioner Park, we do expect him in a few minutes.
Yes. So moving along in our agenda, we have the agenda status report. If we could have that provided by the Secretary.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Alex Tuttle, Acting Secretary for the day. And on our agenda today, we just have the continuation of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. Staff is ready to proceed with that item. Moving on to the projection report. Might as well. So looking forward, our next meeting will be January 10th. We have one item scheduled for that date. It's the Housing Bill Implementation Ordinance Package, unrelated to the housing element. Next item, or next hearing on the projection report is January 31st. We have two items scheduled for that day. The first is the comprehensive plan conformity review of the capital improvement program. That will be presented by long-range planning staff, and then the Hidden Canyon test well production plan, which will be presented by energy and minerals and compliance staff. And that's it for the projection report.
All right, and now for the record, we have Chair Park in the house. We just finished with the projection report, Chair Park, and so I'll hand the gavel back to you.
Now at this stage, we'll do our general public comment, which we limit to 15 minutes, and it's for items that are not on the agenda today. And it looks like we have one speaker, but I don't see him here. Otis Califf. You're up to bat on public comment on items that aren't on the agenda today. So you've got an item that's not on the agenda, correct? Good.
Good morning. My name is Otis Califf. I'm chair of the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee, known as CRATAC. It's a committee appointed by the Board of Supervisors to consult on trail matters. CRATAC submitted written comments to the board on the housing element. That was for last week, the proposed Glen Eny Golf Course, which I've distributed to you. We don't support we're not supporting that project, but it's in conceptual stage right now, and we really applaud the public benefits, the public spiritedness of that. At our CRATAC meeting on Monday, we voted to begin review and preparation of recommended amendments to the county parks, recreation, and trail maps. Those are the PRT maps for selected housing element rezone development sites for consideration by your commission at the planned March meeting on the housing element. Your commission may be aware that the county PRT maps are a primary tool that the county has historically used to plan for public recreation as part of new development, and that the housing element does not address public recreation plan for over 5,000 new homes. The commission should be aware that virtually the only way the county has acquired new urban area trails and parks over the last 30 years is through new residential development projects. The failure of the housing element to address such recreation planning will impact both existing and new residents. CRATAC hopes to work with the Planning Commission using the revised PRT maps to ensure that planning for new trails and parks is incorporated into new proposed housing element rezones for development. These would be considered concurrently with potential rezones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Califf, and I appreciate your efforts. Anyone else for public comment today? We have anybody online? Mr. Villalobos?
We do have six speakers online. If anyone would like to speak during this period, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Okay. Let's move on to Planning Commissioners' informational reports. Do we have any of the commissioners want to report on their activities in their region or educational programs they've gone to or anything of that sort?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Bridley.
There were two things on Monday that were of note. Supervisor Capps hosted a lovely breakfast for all of her commissioners where we reported out on highlights of what we're doing on our commission, but also learned about all the other commissions like Mental Wellness Commission and CRATAC and, MTD and all kinds of things. So that was very informative. And the second thing I did also on Monday was I attended a Chamber of Commerce consortium discussion about private sector financing and housing provision for the chamber members. And they're trying to cut a new path also. It was really encouraging. A lot of the feedback from the employers in the room, and I was there representing Lotus Land as a nonprofit, but also, there were several nonprofits, but there was, Cottage Hospital and some large firms in Goleta. The prices that were used as kind of a possibility, if everybody went into a consortium and then pooled resources and developed some housing with a housing developer, it didn't come out much less than what it is if they just went out and tried to buy housing today. So I'm not sure how many of the chamber people were that encouraged about it. I think it would work for large employers. So it was really interesting. And I had a chance to talk about all of the things that we've been looking at with the housing element. And so anyway, it was very informative and I want to pass it on.
Well, I appreciate that report because I heard from some private permit planners about the same kind of activity and the involvement of the chamber, and the chamber's taking a big role in this. And and this is not a slight on staff, but it's been hard for anyone to come up with ideas on especially getting moderate housing, and moderate housing not just for tech employees, but for people that work in government, and hospitals and so forth. And the ideas are going to not just come from government. They're going to need to come from the private sector on how to do that. And I appreciate hearing about what the chamber is doing. And I know that some of these rezone projects are taking a really big look at this, and I look forward to those ideas. So thank you. Okay.
I've got one.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'll just take a minute. Last meeting, we had a very enjoyable break in our meeting to go to lunch together with not only planning commissioners, but staff members, many of whom joined us. And I want to particularly mention Tanya Crandall, who is a big help to our director on a regular basis. But whenever called upon to do something special, like arrange for the luncheon we had and collect all the fees and do everything above and beyond, she should be commended, and I do know my fellow commissioners agree with me on that.
Well, I certainly do, because I was thinking of saying the same thing, and you beat me to it, so thank you. In fact, it got me thinking, as much as I like Tanya, and I marvel at how such a large department can operate with such a small admin staff, at some point, Director Plowman, I'd like you to tell us about your admin staff, you know, how many people, who, what their names are, because I see them all the time, and they deserve to get a lot of credit because they're really gluing it all together. You know that. Okay, thank you. Shall we move on to the minutes?
Chair Parker, if I have a couple.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. I know. It's all new today. I'm actually. Well, first of all, I like to echo the remarks in regards to luncheon. It's always interesting in meeting somebody new and actually learn something new about. There's actually 4 different areas of Architectural Review Committee, and I never knew that. So learn something new. And a word of aspiration. Hopefully, one of these days we can all wind up like Larry Farini in the front page of the Sun. Great picture.
Aw.
Yeah, I saw that.
It was. I saw this. I'm like, wow. He's a.
And it was a really good article, too.
Yeah, great articles. And following this, I wanted to make mention that on Tuesday last week, I went to the City of Santa Maria City Hall meeting and City Council meeting. And it's interesting. I've always mentioned in the past how I always felt like governmental entities aren't communicating with each other in regards to statewide. But it was interesting to me how the city is looking at annexation of land which falls into the 4th district. And it made me wonder in regards to, they're struggling with the elements of growth, all this housing elements, and also now taking up prime ag land. It's a great case to watch because the community is crisscrossing, and it's the exact community that I live in. And I just find it interesting in regards to the growth situation and something to look at, and understanding the process that, yes, they would go to LAFCO and all the studies they're doing. But again, it just made me wonder, I wonder if they're even talking to county and those things. But I imagine that falls into some governmental entities. And it's a process that I think the public should look into and understand, because it's full of issues. And yes, that was my report.
What's that again? Yeah, because, and I appreciate those questions, and it would take about 20 hours to answer them. Yeah, it's all very interesting. Whenever you're discussing annexation, is it cooperation? Is it something else? And probably the most expert conversation I've ever had with somebody about the future of prime ag lands and the urban boundaries in Santa Maria is sitting to my right. So did you want to speak on information reports or?
Yeah, I hadn't intended to talk on that subject, but I have plenty if you want to hear some of it.
Well, not much because it's not agendized, but
Right.
There you go. Okay, well then let us move on to the minutes. Oh, you did want to speak. Well, you guys speak up when you got your
Couple of brief
opportunity.
Comments. Yeah, first, 2 encounters last week at the suggestion of former Commissioner Larry Farini. I had an introductory informational call with Gallery McCon of Flowers and Associates just regarding her firm, but also as an element of that, we had a brief discussion of the issue of setbacks in the Santa Ynez Valley. And later, just yesterday, I got a call, from a friend, associate, Ken Hunter, who had noticed, we're making progress with the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and asked a question that's probably common to many others. He's very interested in potential conversion of an existing structure, perhaps, to a farm stand. So I think many are waiting and watching expectantly as we move through this.
Oh, you got it. Okay, how about them minutes for November 29 meeting? It ought to be pretty easy.
I'll move for approval.
There you go. We have a second.
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm chuckling because that was our first hearing on this, and the minutes basically said we arrived and we talked and then we left. I mean, it's not very complicated. Okay. Director's report. Director Plowman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I will start with responding to Commissioner Martinez's comment about coordination on land use issues. And I think a lot of our jurisdictions in the region, we're all just scrambling to comply with state mandates and whatnot. And so our coordination is spotty. But we do actually have a meeting that we're going to be attending in February, just to talk about land use issues with our CEO's office and the city of Santa Maria, kind of start those conversations. Yeah. So it's good timing that you raised that issue. I also wanted to report that the adopted housing element has been submitted to the state. We submitted it on Friday. And so now the state has 90 days to review that document and find it in compliance. We're hoping they do not take 90 days, and I've been communicating with our representative at the state, and they thought it might be a few weeks before we hear back from them. But my guess is we'll be getting the letter hopefully before the end of the year to find us to be in compliance. And once we are in compliance, the consequences associated with being out of compliance will be in abeyance at that time. So we're encouraging them to take action as quickly as possible. The other thing I wanted to note was that the housing element rezone programmatic EIR is going to be released either on the 20th or 21st of December. We typically have a 45-day public review period, but we've extended it another 5 days because of the holidays. And so there'll be a 50-day review period, public review period. We'll be having 2 meetings, one in the South County, and we're currently, because our hearing room is closed in North County for improvements, we're looking for another venue to have that meeting in North, separate meeting in North County on the adequacy of the document. And we'll keep you apprised of that location. Though those meetings won't be occurring until 2024. The other thing I wanted to let the Planning Commission know, and those that are listening from the public, is we recently implemented what we call Solar App, which is an app for residents who want to do rooftop solar. Previously, they would submit an application to the building department. The building department would review the plans. Then they would do the inspections. The Solar App, you submit your plans through Solar App, and you can go online, and all of the review happens through this application and this program, and then the county does inspections. So the idea is to speed up the applications for solar. And so far, we have 94 applications in the process, and it's only been up and running for, I don't know, maybe 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, so we're really excited about that. I think that's going to help keep those applications moving through the system and help us with some of the backlog we've had in our building division in terms of plan review. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that if there are some. And go ahead, Mr. Bradley.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Did you say that, so county building still inspects it, but the
Yes.
plan check is all done through the Solar App thing?
Yep.
Are other cities doing the same thing? I mean, is this sort of across the state available?
Yeah, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, it is. And a lot of jurisdictions have gotten grants to implement it as well. And we did get an $80,000 grant to help us with the implementation and also with new equipment for in-field inspections. Yeah, it's good news. And then the only other things I have to report on are the environmental justice element. We're still working through that. I know Commissioner or Chair, Mr. Chair, you had some specific interest in that. And it looks like we think we'll be coming to the commission sometime in February is what we're looking at. So we're still doing some coordination with the different departments in the CEO's office on that. There's a lot of new elements to it because it's an entirely new element of our general plan. And it involves 12 different departments and trying to bring services to our disadvantaged communities.
I really look forward to seeing it. Okay, work. All right. I really look forward to seeing that. I think that when we talk about things that we think of as separate, housing, recreation, they're not separate. And these social justice and environmental justice things really weave that together. And so if we're going to have a working whole society in this county, we need to look at this. So I'm excited to see it. I'm also excited to see the solar app. You might remember I had a major solar installation, and lining up the inspection of the thing after it was built took months and months and months. And I was concerned because we had an expiring tax credit provision. And so I finally got that inspected about Christmas Day, plus or minus. And that's just coming up with practical ways of coordinating is really important to the public. So I applaud that. Very good. Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. And so the board's off for the rest of the month?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, I did not report on that. The board is, they have no more hearings in 2024. Their first hearing will be, and actually this is an important thing I need to talk about. The first hearing is on January 9th. And at that hearing, the board, the CEO's office is bringing the item to talk about the different criteria that the board will be considering for housing element rezones. And so thank you for reminding me of that comment I wanted to make. So this will be a discussion about what the individual board members are going to be looking for when they are considering the properties which they can rezone to meet the housing element requirements and the RHNA requirements. So that is January 9th that's coming.
So it seems obvious, but I have to ask, it seems obvious from the way that the hearings are unfolding in our projection report that the subjective criteria won't be coming in front of the Planning Commission, correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And if planning commissioners want some input on that, just to give the board the benefit of all the planning work we've been doing over the year on intersecting recreation and housing and other things, because there's more than recreation. We want to look at transportation corridors and low-income housing, moderate-income housing. What's the best way for this to get that across to the board?
Mr. Chair, I think certainly each commissioner can speak with their board member about issues that they think are important and that you will be considering when you're looking at which sites to recommend. And I would certainly recommend that the commissioners watch that hearing or get feedback from their board member. And I'm happy to work with you and share what I learn. And certainly I will report back to the commission on what the final outcome of that meeting is. And so those are the ways in which you can coordinate with your board member.
But are we not allowed to go to that hearing and speak or to write letters and those kinds of things? What kind of constraints do we have as planning commissioners that the average citizen doesn't have?
Right. I think the best way is to coordinate with them offline.
Mm-hmm.
That is what we typically recommend.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's a good point because I think a lot of the commissioners have things to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for highlighting it because it is incredibly important, I think. All right, I think we're ready to go to our standard agenda. Can you read it into the record, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, before we do that, Ms. Petrovich has raised her hand, presumably in response to the director's report.
Hold on a minute. We had public comment. We're going to have hearings on the ag enterprise ordinance. The administrative report doesn't normally call for public comment, does it, Mr. Pettit? You tell me. But I'm glad to do it.
Mr. Chair, the director's report, you're correct. The commission usually doesn't call separately for public comment. It is an agendized item on the agenda, and if a member of the public wishes to speak to it, I'd recommend hearing from them.
Okay, blame it on Mr. Pettit. I'm just teasing you, you know that. We're going to go ahead and call on Ms. Petrovich. Ms. Petrovich, our normal rules apply in terms of length of comment and so forth, so please keep it at 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go.
Hello?
Yes, speak, please, so we can move on.
Ms. Petrovich, we can hear you. Maybe you can't hear us.
I could hear Lisa's presentation, but
Can you
I
hear me
couldn't hear
speaking
any of
now?
the members of the commission, including the chair.
Well, why don't you just speak, okay? It doesn't, if you're going to speak on this, it doesn't matter if you can hear us. What matters is that we can hear you. And so I want you to speak so we can move on with the hearing.
I'm wondering if she can't hear from the microphones up there. Ms. Petrovich, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Tell her to
Oh,
speak,
And
starting
yeah.
The only
now.
reason why I wanted to speak was your mics up on the dais may not be working very well.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we may need to take a break to figure that out. Okay, thanks so much for the heads up.
We're going to take a break
you.
now. Speak, Vincent.
1, 2, 3.
Well, it looks like I'm getting input on Zoom from all 5 of you. Let me just check in with our TV staff just to make sure we're
Okay.
we are. Okay. So, are you getting input?
We're live now. So were we ever on a break? Briefly. There you go. Okay. It's time for a new chair. All right. Will you please read our one item today into the record again?
Yes, happy to do so. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission consider the proposed agricultural enterprise ordinance project and recommend amendments to the County Land Use Development Code and Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance.
So some of you are probably wondering how this hearing will proceed today. I mean, I was until yesterday when I spoke with staff and other folks about how to best proceed. And so this is how it's going to work. We will have another staff report, another staff presentation. Staff has done a lot of work in the last 2 weeks. You weren't obligated to, so I appreciate you did it. And they basically synthesized the many letters and comments that we received and heard on the 29th, and are going to comment on those things. They're bringing in information that's supplemental to what was provided on the 29th, but addresses what's been offered in public comment, some new state law on campgrounds and other things. So we'll hear this staff presentation. Then we'll go to Planning Commissioner questions, because you didn't really have an opportunity at the last hearing. And then we'll have public comment. So I have plenty of time for public comment again today. And then we'll go into deliberations, but I'm not going to close the public hearing because there's a possibility there'll be other hearings. In fact, I think there's a probability there will be. Then we'll see where we are after all that as far as what we do to close the day. Okay, shall we go ahead with that presentation, Ms. Harris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Good morning. I feel like with some of these mic questions, I'd like to check and make sure that my mic is working okay on Zoom.
I hear you.
We're going to be presenting today to cover some of the general themes and comments that we heard, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, somewhat of a synthesis of some of the bigger themes that we heard at the last hearing and in the comment letters. And we're also going to have some comments provided by County Fire and Environmental Health Services regarding some health and safety considerations that would affect some of the ag enterprise uses, and that has to do with other county code chapters that are not under the purview of the Planning Commission. And then we're going to talk about just a couple of additional uses with some of the kind of a synthesis of comments that we heard about some of those uses and some things to keep in mind as you consider the project. So to begin with, we're going to start with some of these general themes. First, we heard a number of comments regarding the differences and the needs of the two key primary different types of agriculture. First, production agriculture is most heavily represented by the cultivation of food crops, and the food safety is a top priority among these growers, as many of the foods grown are consumed raw. Uses that bring the public to an agricultural premises, particularly a premises that is adjacent to a farm growing food crops, raises several concerns for these growers. Setbacks or buffers may address some of these concerns, but there's also concern raised that some rural recreational uses may not be appropriate on these lands or immediately adjacent to these lands. On the other hand, one of the other common agricultural uses in the county is the grazing of livestock, and this is generally a less intensive agricultural use, and there may be more flexibility for rural recreational uses, as well as providing, we heard comments as providing a more enjoyable guest experience for those who do come for a rural recreational experience. We heard some suggestions raised at the last hearing that a zoning overlay that could either allow rural recreation uses on lands more suitable for the use, such as grazing lands, or exclude some of those rural recreation uses where they might be less suitable, such as areas of intensive food crop cultivation. So we've been thinking about the overlay as an option, and it could be challenging in this situation for a couple of reasons that we just wanted to raise to your commission. One is that typically when an overlay is applied to an area or a zone, all of the uses that are allowed by the base zoning, so in this case, all of the agricultural uses, as well as all of the additional uses like a dwelling or a farm stand, which actually is a currently allowed use, we're just modifying it. All of those uses are allowed in that base zoning in the Ag 2 zone, and they're supposed to continue to be allowed within an overlay. So it could be unusual to disallow some uses under an overlay for some of the landowners, but allow all of the uses for other landowners in the same zone. And if you want to think about how overlays typically work, think about the flood hazard overlay or the environmentally sensitive habitat overlay. All of the uses in the zone, whether are the same, but if you have a flood hazard or an environmentally sensitive habitat on the property, then there might be some additional standards like setbacks that would have to be met. We also looked at an alternative, then the developments, an alternative to use of an overlay, which could be relying on development standards such as avoiding prime soils and or applying variable setbacks or buffers that could be shorter for a use that's adjacent to grazing land and a greater distance for a use that's adjacent to food crop cultivation. In addition, thinking about setbacks a little bit more, we wanted to ensure that the Planning Commission understood that the ordinance text that suggests buffers between 500 to 1,000 feet are again just suggestions at this point, and they're intended to be starting points for the Planning Commission's discussion about the use of a setback or buffer. The setbacks that are proposed would be proposed from a premises boundary rather than an individual parcel. And the reason for that is many of the proposed uses in the Ag Enterprise Ordinance are proposed to be allowed as one per agricultural premises rather than one per parcel. An advantage of a setback or a buffer is that it is low-tech, it's an objective standard, and it's easy to enforce. It can also address multiple impacts and land use conflicts, including, among others, noise from amplified sound, food safety, and agricultural practices that happen on one farm, which could affect guests of an enterprise use on another farm that can also be managed by a setback of the agricultural enterprise use. We also heard many comments regarding adding uses to the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and so we did want to talk a little bit about the Board of Supervisors direction that staff received on November 17th of 2020. On that day, the board considered a long list of uses to add to the scope of the project, and the board directed the addition of several of those uses, including incidental food services, educational experiences and opportunities, small-scale events, which include things like farm-to-table dinners and cooking classes, which were both specifically mentioned by the board. And the draft ordinance text that's in attachments C and D of your staff report, the draft ordinance also includes a list of many uses that would fall under the umbrella of an educational experience or a small-scale event. Now, while the board considered restaurants and inns, trails, concerts, ATVs, and other off-road vehicle uses, among many others, the board did not include these uses in the scope of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. Regarding trails, the board considered trail construction to be more appropriate for consideration under the Recreation Master Plan, and that is why trails have not been included in this project. And
I'm like, I turn this on and it stays on all day, but I won't swear. So I think it's worth making the point. Wouldn't you agree with me that by the board reserving these things to keep them out of Ag Enterprise Ordinance, it's not because the board was against those items. They just felt it was more properly included as incentives for the rec master plan. Wouldn't that be correct to say?
Mr. Chair, that is the way we understand it with staff.
Yeah, thank you.
I did also want to just make another comment because I know there's been comments to this effect as well. But while the new trails were not included in the scope of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, they were also not considered entirely necessary because they're going to be addressed under Rec Master Plan, but also because there was an intent that agricultural tours and horseback riding could use the existing farm and ranch roads for that use. We also wanted to comment about adding uses to a project and what effect or potential effect that could have in relationship to the draft environmental impact report that has been prepared. So we did want to let you know that the Planning Commission does have discretion to make recommendations on other uses to the Board of Supervisors. However, if additional uses are added, we do have to look at the draft environmental impact report. Typically, that is a document that would have to be revised and updated if there are changes to the project. Just for a little background, the draft EIR is an informational document. It discloses potentially significant impacts and measures that could mitigate them. The CEQA law requires that a lead agency, in this case the county, give the public an opportunity to review and comment on the draft EIR. And then if changes are proposed after that draft EIR has been through circulation for public review and comment, and the draft EIR is updated, it may need to be recirculated for additional public review. The California State CEQA guidelines direct when an EIR should be recirculated. And the guidelines actually say recirculation is required if significant new information is added to the draft EIR. The guidelines also include some examples of what significant new information means. And I think of the most important of those examples is if the changes or additions to a project, if they result in a new significant impact, that would require recirculation. If they result in a substantial increase in the severity of an impact that was already identified originally, that would require recirculation unless additional mitigation is adopted that would reduce that impact to insignificance. Or if there's a feasible alternative or mitigation measure that's very different, considerably different from others that were previously analyzed, that would lessen the impacts, but then the project proponent declines to adopt it. That's another reason for recirculation. So it's all about giving the public an opportunity to meaningfully review and comment on the document. So at this point, we are going to step into the next part of our presentation, which is to hear from County Fire and Environmental Health Services. And we're going to start now with Deputy Fire Marshal Fred Tan of County Fire.
Commissioners, good morning. So just a few slides here to go over, just to talk about some of the things County Fire considers in regards to this new topic. So some of the requirements that we're going to ask for are in regards to fire safety and life safety. I think there's still a piece of the population out there that doesn't necessarily know that the fire department responds to medical emergencies. You know, our performance measures that we submit to the county every year. This past year, 74% of our calls were medical emergencies. All 16 of our stations are now what we call ALS versus just BLS, so advanced life support, which means that we have a paramedic at every station. And helicopters, our helicopter is also staffed with paramedics. To achieve this goal, to be able to respond to medical emergencies and fire, you know, there are some crucial elements that we need, and in the review and development process for my staff goes over. One of the most crucial parts is access, and in order to, sorry, I feel like I'm cutting out here. In order to get to a call, whether it be a medical emergency or a fire, when we review a project, the number one thing that we're looking for is access. Is there a good road? Generally, we're looking for all-weather access, and that's beneficial for us to get to a medical emergency. That's also beneficial for us if we're responding to a fire. The second thing that's really critical here is because if it's not a fire where we can see smoke in the air or a glow off in the distance in the evening, is an address or some type of site plan once we get to a location where we're getting a call for service. In these areas where these campsites are proposed, generally outside the urban areas, a little further outside the urban areas, and those are generally where we have the most difficult time finding subjects or patients that are contacting us. You know, I won't get into a lot of details, but the last, at the last meeting, I informed the commissioners here. You know, at 46 years old, 4 years ago, I had a heart attack. Time is crucial. Time is especially crucial when you're responding to these types of calls. And I've been on incidents where the caller has told my responding firefighters, "I can see you. I can see your firefighters. They're within a quarter mile." And we have no visual of the caller, and it takes us maybe an hour to get to these people. You know, still, where they can visually see us, and we're within a quarter mile. You know, and so these are things. You know, I'm just trying to maybe kind of paint a picture of the reason the fire code is as we move forward with this legislation and whatever we do in the county, the fire code is going to have to play an essential element in reviewing these campsites. In the last meeting, we added this bullet for a gentleman had discussed, the difficulty it would present if a property owner wanted to repurpose a barn to have an assembly, essentially a small assembly in there. There's lots of barns that are ag exempt, 3,000 feet, will only have one permit that the fire department doesn't have any review over. But in the case where a building like this was proposed to start having regular assemblies, dinners, weddings, concerts, a change of use, additional permits onto it, whether it just had an electrical permit, now it needs a plumbing permit. This building probably was not something that we identified, we didn't address, we didn't put an address onto, we don't have a site plan onto, but with the intensified use of it, this building would require some review from the fire department. We would require a road, we'd require, possibly require sprinklers depending on what the use case is, stored water. an address if the use elevated to that level. And also operational permits might be required at that point. You know, if they've got compressed gases of some kind, the fire department has a list of operational permits that are required. If there's a level of use on an occupancy that that required an annual inspection. I'll move on to the next. I wanted to address this next bullet. There was some concern in regard to that, agricultural, the barn that the public commenter spoke to the last meeting. You know, the review could be simple. It just depends on the use. There's going to be at the last meeting, it seemed like there was a fairly wide scope of what people had intended to do on these properties. There could be a fairly simple review from the fire department, and there could be a review that's required where the fire department is triggered, and yes, we're going to require road. Yes, we're going to require hydrants. Yes, we're going to require sprinklers. We're going to probably require defensible space on everything that's done out here. So there's going to be, for this activity, some type of review from the fire department, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be onerous or very fee heavy. A lot of our operational permits are only $99, you know, so, and our defensible space inspections are complimentary. We do have to do those by every year anyway. If there is a fire protection plan, and I think we are going to require a fire protection plan on most of these. Some of them can be pretty simple. We get applications for special events almost every week, multiple. There's, you know, the elements of those are site plans, access, egress, evacuation plans, water sources. And a lot of those can be generated just using an aerial photo and some maps. We'll discuss some elements of a fire protection plan that, a little bit later, but I think some of these, you know, depending on the use or what's proposed on these parcels, can be don't necessarily have to be very onerous and may not need a fire protection engineer. Some of the benefits to having the fire department review these activities are just to ensure the site and the area is known to County Fire and other public agencies like the Sheriff's Department, so that we can respond to it efficiently and quickly. I said a lot of these are going to be a bit further outside the urban areas where we like to respond to urban, you know, like a home here in Santa Barbara or just in San Ynez or Solvang. We like to get there, you know, generally within 5 minutes to be able to render care or to be able to suppress fire. Once you get to these areas that are a little bit outside the urban area, we're talking 15, 20 minutes, you know, maybe 30 minutes to get to a location. Then if we don't have a specific area where the campsite may be, or if it's not addressed, you know, it's really our guess as to how long it's going to take us to get to a person that's in need of service. You know, even if there was a fire, it's there in a rural area. It has taken us, once we've gotten to a general location, it has taken us up to 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get to the seat of a fire to be able to put it out, to be able to access it. So, you know, specific areas, you know, site map would help us with this. Annual inspections to ensure fire code compliance and safety. Those are benefits. Those annual inspections would include defensible space, would help ensure that property owners are doing things safely, especially if we're issuing any fire code required operational permits. You know, I think a lot of constituents might be surprised that they're conducting some type of activity on their property or on their business that that is potentially unsafe may be using these tools inappropriately. A lot of times when we go on inspections, it's also an educational piece as well. We'll talk to them about how to store materials safely, how much can be on site, how much clearance they might need in case something caught fire, what they can do to prevent fires. And that kind of goes on to our next slide. So a fire protection plan. These are a lot of the potential components that we would have that would, if we're going to review these projects, namely because these aren't in an urban environment, a defensible space plan. So defensible space plan would likely address the exterior edges of the parcel and perimeter, just to ensure that whatever activity is being conducted on this parcel, it would be able to protect the adjacent neighboring parcels. The defensible space plans would also protect, a specific the specific areas where they plan to do these activities. It would also list like potential ignition sources. I know I'm hopping there, but there was a question about open burning. Recreational fires are allowed in the fire code if they're in a container, fire pit, acceptable fire receptacles, 3 by 3, 2 feet in height. So, the defensible space plan would address these open burning sites, ensure that they meet clearance requirements. They're not burning too much material. They're burning in a way that would reduce sparks and embers blowing onto any light fuels that could start larger fires. So those would be part of the defensible space plan, is that we would make sure, we have every expectation that if there's camping being done, that people are going to have a fire pit. They're going to want some type of open fire. But our inspection and the plan would ensure that they're doing these activities up to as safely as possible. That there'd be a basic map and a site plan, that we would have these available to our engine companies and first responders, so that when we arrive to the address, that our responders would have a site plan to be able to navigate to a road, to be able to get to whatever, however we decide that whether it's yurts or RVs or tents, they get addressed, or whether it could be camp spots. But it's really important to just make sure that we have identification and knowledge of where these sites would be. Each of these would have, an educational component. Measure. The next bullet would be the measures to reduce wildfire potential. So those are things, just kind of reminders to the property owners. Hey, these are the things that you need to do annually in order to make sure that you're doing your weed abatement, that you're clearing around fire pits, you're clearing around your campsites. It would list emergency contacts, so that if we arrived on scene and we had any issues locating subjects or making access to certain features on the, like fire protection features, water sources, that we'd have someone to contact. We'd have a roadside clearing plan that's also related to the defensible space plan. Chapter 15 requires that private roads have a 10-foot clearance on both sides. Most of our vegetation fires occur along some type of roadway or highway, something to the tune of 80 to 85%. So we require the roadside clearance be conducted, and that would be part of our annual inspection. Emergency ingress and egress plan. As I said earlier, there's probably going to be a wide swath of plans submitted to the fire department and planning for us to look at. There could be smaller parcels, bigger parcels. Some plan to do weddings. Some plan to just do light camping. It's really going to depend on what's proposed. But if it's a really large parcel with more significant events on there, we're going to need to see, a traffic plan. If they're only going to have a smaller driveway, we're going to need to have a parking plan, a plan of it may be a one-way road that accesses the campsites and anything else that's proposed on the property. Anything larger than the campsites, we had public commenters last week talking about some activities on their vineyards. A lot of the vineyards already have a lot of infrastructure, so there may not be a lot of review from the fire department because it's already been done. But we would definitely like to review anything that they're proposing changes to what they're conducting on site at this point. You might require some water sources and identification of those sources on a site plan. We may require some firefighting infrastructure, meaning like some stored water, an ability to access that water through a hydrant or a Jones head. Again, depending on what the activities are intended or proposed for those parcels. And then those would also be on the site plan. And potentially some shelter-in-place locations. If there was a vegetation fire that occurred, it could be the campsite itself. It would be safe, but that depending on what's proposed, I would think it'd be a good thing for some of the applicants to come in and tell us, hey, we have this really big wide open spot. It's 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet. It'll be 100 yards from where the campsite is, and they can go up that way. And those are elements that are to provide for additional safety for their customers at some point. So, the fire department does. We are proponents of some type of review and 100% some type of review on these change of use on the light camping, just so that we can ensure public safety, fire safety. The type of review is going to depend on the type of activities being proposed. It could be a fairly light review. It could be much heavier. It really is going to depend on what's proposed to us. And if there's going to be, and I know this legislation is based off the light camping, but some of the public comments talked about like restaurants and large and a little bit more intense use of their ag parcels. So it really is dependent. I don't think we intend to be onerous, but we do want to make sure that anything that's proposed is gonna meet fire code.
I have questions of Mr. Tan. Anybody else?
Me too.
Commissioner Bradley, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. Can we hear me? Yes. Well, thank you very much for that very detailed outline. Right now, you get fire protection plans when there's a minor CUP or a major CUP under the rural rec facility provisions anyway, right? So when there's an entitlement already going through the county, that's the tool you use to look at the site and make sure that everything's up to code in your regard, right?
The fire code allows us to request a fire protection plan on what we, based off our initial review, may need it. So if someone's going in and proposing just, I'll choose a bad example and I'll get called on it later, right? But it's a light use. We're just going to plant 50 acres of strawberries, and these are our roads around it. We may not need a fire protection plan for that, but a several hundred home subdivision, we would need it for that. An adventure an adventure tour with, where there's, people are going to base jump and maybe kayak at the same day. Those are things. It depends on the level of hazard that it presents. So, but yeah, we regularly do ask for fire protection plans.
Okay, and yeah, I'm going to try, maybe Ms. Harris or Mr. Lackey could actually explain it. I mean, rural rec facility allows for these kinds of things under the existing code, and then there's a, CUP entitlement. I didn't look this up to refresh myself, but there are cases where people are already coming in and asking for an entitlement, and then it goes through all the department reviews and has conditions, especially if it's a major CUP. So I guess this tool of the fire protection plan, you have it already in your quiver, but you might be able to apply it more often with these new expanded uses on ag sites, right?
Yes, yeah. It's in the fire code that allows us, and we would likely use this as we would like you use this quiver, if you say, this arrow, if you will. So.
The other question I had was when we talk about barn conversions and things like that, and I can imagine, I can just imagine the discussions. Is that based on the type of construction, whether it's enclosed or the number of people in it? I've been through a couple cases myself where we had a building code occupancy change from residential to commercial, and that, triggered all kinds of stuff. So in your familiarity with barns in the county, are you thinking that would be get into the fire code under an occupancy change based on the type of construction or the number of people attending a thing?
I think both. Yeah. So there'd be a change of use for one thing. So then I think building and safety would get involved, and then we would engage after that. Because typically for the raising of a barn, it would come through. It may not. We don't ever see those. If it's under 3,000 square feet and it only has one permit, typically we don't see them. And we may not see them until someone really needs us at that barn, right? So if there's a change of use, and really it's just change of use. So it goes from something that's exempt from us reviewing it to want to have weddings there. May want to have that second permit. That second permit will trigger it, a review at some point, but then there'll be a little bit of a cascade of things that are required, because we would need a road to get there. We would need fire protection. So that change of use just in itself would trigger a review by a lot of county agencies.
Can you, thank you. By the way, I just have two more quick ones. Can you help us understand when fire sprinklers are required?
I should have this to memory, but really, outside the urban boundary, any new structure that we review, that fire department reviews, really we'll say as a blanket, is required to have a fire sprinkler. So none of these at this point, no one's really, we're not talking about homes, but any new residential structure is required by fire code since 2013 to have sprinklers. But if it's outside the urban boundary and we're reviewing it for the first time, more than likely it's going to have to be sprinklered. So.
Okay, and last question. You talked about an annual inspection as a strong tool. My experience with a couple other properties, those were complimentary. Is that the county's position that you do those inspections just as a matter of your regular work?
My staff does. There's a variety of we have a planning and engineering staff. Then we have once it gets through them, and it gets signed off as an occupancy, then I have inspectors that go out and make sure there's an adherence to fire code and other codes. We conduct a lot of complimentary site visits and inspections, defensible space inspections, which occur in a lot of these environments, we're required to do. So those are also complimentary. But if there's something that triggers, if let's just use your example of the barn that gets converted. If there's a change of use on the barn and they're now going to have maybe a kitchen facility in there, a major upgrade, right? Then there may be some operational permits that are involved in that. So
Sure.
it could be like a $99 permit. If it's an assembly of some type, it might have 4 or 5 operational permits, but we typically just charge for the one highest one, and those could be, on average, those are anywhere from $99 to $299. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Reed?
Simple one here. I just noticed in your talking about your fire protection plan, you need to look at water and water sources. Does that typically include placement of a tank reservoir for firefighting water? And if so, what size or element would trigger that?
Yeah. So that. Like I said, they're depending on what's presented to the fire department. If we're looking at a barn, again, that's going to get converted and essentially be almost a dining hall with a new kitchen and all that, we have to calculate how big that property is, how much water it's going to take for us to fight fire. A lot of times, there's NFPA codes that we make those calculations on. A lot of times we like to fight fire for about 4 hours. They say, hey, we need 4 hours of water. So in a rural area, we are allowed to make some concessions as to the size of the tank. It doesn't always have to be I think the fear is that there's going to be some massive giant tank that looks like the Staples Center out there, right? But yeah, maybe on a smaller scale, just the light camping, we could get away with 1,500, 2,500, and it'd be tucked away, and it could just be a draft, something we could draft on. But if it's a larger venue that's being proposed. Hopefully it's already got the infrastructure, but we would have to make those calculations based off of what's proposed and the size and how much firefighting water we're going to need. So,
Mr. Tan, I've been fascinated by your comments. I've for several decades now, I've participated in long distance events that go to very remote areas, and I put those on. And so when we talk about emergency planning and so forth, it's something I think about a lot, and I really appreciate that. In fact, I'd love to have a workshop with fire department and sheriffs and different trail organizations, how we can coordinate. But I want to ask some questions that I think relate back to this ordinance. One, plans, fire protection plan, emergency plans, where does that live in the county code? I mean, where is that an appropriate subject? I'm asking staff, looking right at Mr. Lackey right now. Is this something we should include in the LUDC as part of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance? It's appealing to me. If we're talking about certain kinds of activities and events in these ranches and so forth, does it belong there or does it belong somewhere else?
Mr. Chair, the fire protection plan that we reference as a development standard for a proposed development standard for the ordinance, it was sort of a genesis in our conversations with County Fire that it's a tool that they have available to them, and a lot of the issues related to these uses in rural areas and combining defensible space and potential addressing or monitoring, those components seem to be things that would be appropriate as a development standard. So the components and the requirements, I'll defer to County Fire of where they live exactly, if they're part of the fire code. Our recommendation is to include that as a development standard for certain proposed uses, AEO uses, and separate it from let fire department on a case-by-case basis determine which of those components would be appropriate for that use.
So it's an appropriate subject of discussion for this ordinance?
yeah, for development standards for the LUDC.
Yeah,
Article 2, yes.
and I would actually, I don't want to complicate things. I just think just from my own experience in putting on events with emergency services, I'd actually go beyond some of the fire protection components, just on to certain other things I've dealt with the sheriff's department. Well, I appreciate that. And then another thing is that I know we have different permit levels under this Ag Enterprise Ordinance, the draft. One is exemptions. It would strike me that if something's completely exempt, I don't understand when fire would ever see it. Yet, where if we have a zoning clearance, maybe they would. So with zoning clearances, to what degree do they involve the touch of the fire department, EHS, and other things? I don't know who that's a question of.
Commissioner Park, with regards to exemptions, the LUDC, when it applies an exemption, it states that the use is exempt from getting a planning permit, but it does not exempt the use from any standards that are within the land use code. So if the land use code still says you have to comply with the setback, even if the use is exempt, the use still has to comply with the setback. If the land use code says you need to get a building permit, or you need to consult with county fire for a fire protection plan and follow their direction, then the landowner has to do that. That they're still required to do that. A permit exemption in the land use code does not absolve a landowner from complying with the rest of the county code, as regulations may apply to the use they want to do.
So as a practical matter, though, if something's exempt, I think that most landowners are just going to do it, okay? I don't think that people are going to take an exempt activity and then look through the fine print and contact the fire department to submit fire protection plans and so on and so forth. But if I want to make sure that they do, it seems that a zoning clearance would at least get the involvement of the fire department on that particular item, and the planner could check off that whatever consultation was needed did in fact occur before it's approved. Am I on the right track or not?
Commissioner Chair, I think those are probably accurate statements. I mean, traditionally, even for, certainly for discretionary permits, county departments are going to be reviewing those departments and potentially giving condition letters. Even on land use permit for a residence, fire department may have condition letters. Our lowest level that we've been talking about is the zoning clearance. And that could be even if from the land use side, there was some just checking of development standards, it could also just be a check that they have contacted the appropriate department, whether it be environmental health or county fire, and we have some indication either there's a condition letter or there's no need for additional conditions, and then we can check that box as part of issuing the zoning clearance.
Gotcha.
So it provides a lot of the comments that Mr. Tan had mentioned. It's just knowing that something's out there is half the key, and for a lot of these exempt uses, county departments may not know that there's activities out there. And so that zoning clearance level ticks that first box. It gets it into the system. County fire knows how to, if they think they need to get an address for that property or a basic site plan, they can have that into their system. So I think there's a lot of benefits of just having that lowest minimum kind of permit level of zoning clearance that it can achieve.
Okay. Well, so what's next on your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next up is Environmental Health Services, and we have Jason Johnston from the Environmental Health Services, and he should be joining us via Zoom.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jason Johnston with Environmental Health. We're going to touch on both food and water and wastewater. Just as a primer, Several of these are codified in county code. Chapter 16 deals with food facilities, which includes the adoption by reference of the California Retail Food Code. Chapter 18C deals with on-site wastewater treatment systems or septic systems. Chapter 34B deals with domestic water systems. And if a well is needed, it would be Chapter 34A. Go to the next slide, please. So currently allowed food-related uses already in land use code include farm stands or the U-pick type operation. Temporary events, those have are defined in the retail food code and have their own requirements, but it's currently allowed in land use. Same with like a winemaker dinner or a winery special events, which are usually as part of the development plan or the conditional use permit for that facility. Cottage food operations, as well as the micro enterprise home kitchen or the MICO. Next slide, please. These operations don't require a food facility permit. The farm stand is defined in the retail food code and the food and agricultural code. So there are restrictions, mainly that it be whole produce or whole eggs and on the location where the items being produced. Commercially prepackaged foods. These are the non-temperature controlled jams, jellies, crackers, items like that. They're limited to 25 square feet of display area. If it goes larger than that, there are permit requirements and construction requirements. Permitted mobile food facilities, so your food trucks, that vehicle is required to have a permit, but the location would not be required to have its separate food permit. And then private events that are catered, the caterer would have a permit, but the facility or the location would not require its own separate health permit. Next slide, please. Where a food permit for the facility would be required would be a host facility. And a host facility allows a caterer or a permitted caterer to sell food at a site. There are construction requirements and time and activity restrictions on a host facility. There's no actual food prep cooking occurring. It's portioning and serving and limited to a set time period within a 12-hour period. Cottage food operations, Amico again, as well as your typical food facility restaurant, which is the sale preparation of potentially hazardous foods. It depends on both what food is being done as well as the size of the operation. As an example, it would require a health permit, but if you had a display case having prepackaged charcuterie plates or some other item that requires temperature control, that would require a health permit, but the requirements would depend on if they're plating or if all they're doing is taking the package, selling it to someone like at a market where the consumer opens the item and it's not separately handled. Next slide, please. In regards to wastewater, which is Chapter 18C, the county has an adopted local agency management program, which is approved by the Central Coast Water Board. And that encompasses the program, which is then codified in 18C. Septic systems are required for permit ongoing uses, residences, commercial activities, other structures that produce domestic wastewater. With that, it has the requirement that you have a domestic water supply, both for filling, flushing, as well as hand washing and other uses where you need domestic water. portable toilets are allowed in both the LAMP and county code only for a temporary or occasional use. They're not a permanent method of wastewater disposal. While compost toilets are allowed in code, they are restricted to where septic systems are not feasible. And that requires that showing that they are septic systems are infeasible. And it should be noted that compost toilets still have their own requirements. You have to be able to take the produced compost and land apply it. There's also the liquid effluent that has to be dealt with. And then if there's hand washing or other items that you would want, that wastewater then also has to be addressed, and it's not through the compost toilet, so it becomes its own source of domestic wastewater that has to be properly handled, which again basically triggers a septic system or other method for that treatment and disposal of water. Next slide, please. In regards to water systems, they're looked at both by the number of users or the population of users, both per day as well as the number of days per year. The number of connections, so how many buildings, whether it's a residence, commercial, or accessory structure, as well as the capacity. Is the well produce a sufficient gallons per minute of a sustainable yield, and is there storage to supply the various connections? Of note, if 25 or more people per day are using the system for at least 60 days per year, then that water system by definition is a public water system. And it has its, while EHS is the local primacy agency for the State Water Board, these systems still require submittals of a technical report to the state, and the state has the ability to deny a new public water system from being created if it meets certain criteria. Also of note, while a MECO or a cottage food operation or other food facility for that matter, if it's below the 25 people 60-day threshold, would still be a private water system. It would still be required to meet water quality standards for public water systems beyond just the private water system water quality requirements. Next slide, please. And we'd like to make a note, and I think it was brought up earlier, a Special Occupancy Park Act is not enforced by EHS or by the county. It's enforced by the State Housing and Community Development Department, and it applies to any camping on private lands that have 2 or more lots or units. So in general, it's going to apply to any type of camping which has its own requirements, both related to water, wastewater, and other areas. And again, it requires domestic water, so potable water. Based on the number of spaces, there's a number of toilets, showers, and lavatories that are required. And the Special Occupancy Park Act is in Health and Safety Code, and it has associated regulations in Title 25 of the California Code of Regulations. I believe that is the last slide. Any questions?
Commissioners? Yes,
Sorry,
Commissioner
just-
Briley,
Thank
go
you.
for it.
Just one, thank you for that illuminating list of codes. When you mentioned that the portable toilets can only be used for temporary purposes, how is that defined? Is that couple times a month, or, you know, a couple times a quarter, or what is temporary?
For an example, for special events that require I believe a minor CUP, it's up to 12 events per year.
Okay.
Is where we draw that line.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Reed, go ahead.
Hi, first, just quite simply, just could you enlighten me and perhaps some viewers, what is the difference by definition of a cottage food operation and what is a MECO? I know a MECO is home kitchen, but how does that correlate with a cottage food operation?
Cottage food operations are required to be non-potentially hazardous food items. There's a state-defined list of items. There's two different categories. There's one allows for direct sales only, and one allows for wholesale and direct sales. But a cottage food operation is your jams, jellies, cookies. I don't have the full list of items, but the State Department of Public Health produces a list and they update as a new item's added that allows certain items to be cooked in a home kitchen, but they're all non-potentially hazardous, so they don't require temperature control for food safety. And then the MECO is a micro enterprise home kitchen. It allows for a defined number of meals to be prepared per day, up to a certain dollar. Both cottage food and MECOs have a threshold gross sales amount annually that they're restricted to, but a MECO would allow you to prepare a meal at a home kitchen and either serve it on site or for sale to be taken off site.
Okay, thank you. One more. I noticed you said you define sale or preparation of potentially hazardous food for sale. You know, if you're really trying to prevent a potential food intoxication event, how is the potentially hazardous defined? Does it come from a laundry list, from a state or county code, or is there some other determination method you use?
Potentially hazardous is defined in the California Retail Food Code.
Okay, thank you.
But in general, just it's where it needs to be maintained within either below a temperature or above a temperature to limit the growth of bacteria.
Thank you.
I understood that we were going to have a discussion of SB 620 today. Will that come from EHS or P&D staff, or won't happen, or what's the idea? It should happen, I'm convinced.
Mr. Chair, we don't have a slide presenting SB 620. It is related to the campground use, and I guess it's related to the Special Occupancy Park Act, and we can discuss that after we finish staff presentation at your convenience.
Okay, so we can kind of add it, and you can do it without a slide, can't you? I know you can.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I want to take a break right now. We're going to have additional staff presentation. We'll do it after the break. I just want to, raising of hands from those in the audience, do you have time constraints where you need to speak before we do our noon break?
That would be nice.
Well, yeah, it'd be nice for all of us. No, I get it. That's fine. Okay, take a break, 10 minutes. Okay, I can't tell if we are back on. Welcome back to our morning session of the December 13th, 2023 Santa Barbara County Planning Commission hearing. And we're going to continue with staff presentation, right? I'm looking at you, Ms. Harris, you have some more?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I really just have 3 more slides, so I'll try to wrap
Okay.
this up pretty quickly.
And for the benefit of those in the audience who are coming back in the room and sitting down, and for the Planning Commission, of course, what I want to do is get the public comment before noon. So we'll let staff finish their presentation, which has been great so far, so I'm not trying to rush you. And then I want to go to Planning Commissioner questions, and I didn't allow you to do it last month, but so we got to do it at some point. But remember, it's not deliberations. We're not going to go through the whole ordinance. Just ask questions based on what you've heard. And I'm hoping that'll give us time to jump into public comment so we can accommodate at least some folks before the noon hour. Let's see if that works. So it's up to you, Ms. Harris. Make it work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have just 3 other uses that we wanted to talk about briefly because we received a number of comments on these uses at the last hearing. There we go. First, with farm stays, they derive from the agricultural homestays law, and so that's part of state regulations. And the state regulations set the basic standards for a farm stay. And that includes the maximum number of guests at 15 and the maximum number of guest rooms at 6. They also, the state also limits the food service to only the farm stays registered guests and that are staying there as a part of those overnight accommodations. So the food service is limited to that. And that food service can occur in the farmhouse kitchen. And so they just don't have to meet the same high level of standards that they would if they were doing some other kind of food service. And so it keeps it as a limited kind of health permit. Also, the farm stay has to be located on and be a part of a farm that produces agricultural products. And I also wanted to note, before farm stays was added to the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, it was intended to be a separate ordinance and processed separately. And so planning hosted some workshops where the different ideas and concepts for how to propose the farm stay ordinance, they were discussed at those workshops, and then those were incorporated into the farm stay section of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. We also had some comments that we think indicates that there may be some confusion or misunderstanding between events that are allowed at wineries and this proposed small-scale special events for the Ag 2 zone under the AEO. And so we wanted to clarify that events at wineries are not within the scope of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. That is, the Board of Supervisors did not direct us to go into the winery ordinance and start making significant changes or amendments to the winery ordinance as a part of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. That's something separate. Events at wineries are already regulated. They're already allowed under the winery ordinance section of the Land Use and Development Code. And so the purpose of the Ag Enterprise Ordinance was to propose regulations for small-scale special events on Ag 2, but not to apply them to winery premises because events are already addressed for winery premises. But we're also proposing the regulations for educational experiences for all Ag 2. And the educational experience would be applicable to winery premises because winery premises are also doing agriculture on the same property, and it's that agriculture that's triggering the educational experiences, which are currently not part of the list of allowed uses on Ag 2. And then last is incidental food service at wineries in particular. So in general, the Board of Supervisors directed the incorporation of incidental food service as a use in the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, but not restaurants. So staff was tasked with developing regulations for incidental food service that would link them to ag enterprise uses in order to, in part, avoid the creation of restaurants, which would be out of the scope of the project. In this case, since wineries are winery tasting rooms are a use that brings the public to the site, that would be just similar to the other ag enterprise uses that bring the public to the site. And so the types of food that was brought forward were intended to try to avoid that creation of a restaurant type of use. And then I think one of the last key elements for the food service at the winery tasting room was to link the hours of operation of the food service to the hours of operation of the tasting room, which is established as part of the permit that creates the winery and the tasting room. And so with that, we'll just finish on this slide. This was the same slide as the last slide at your last hearing, with the direction that staff is looking for from the Planning Commission and what the recommendations that staff would like to see from your commission as you consider the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. And thank you for your time. That completes our presentation.
SB 620. Tell us about it.
So SB 620, Senate Bill 620, it is a new piece of legislation that was proposed this year in 2023. And it's a 2-year bill, so it's been working its way through the state legislature. So far, it hasn't received any opposition from the last I saw on the state's website. And this is really where we learned we started learning more about this Special Occupancy Park Act that a lot of folks I don't think were really all that familiar with.
Including me.
And the SB 620 would allow low impact camping on private lands, private rural lands. So it goes beyond just agricultural zoning, but it's basically looking at private rural lands. It would, I think I should step back for a minute. The Special Occupancies Park Act describes has this definition about what is a special occupancy park, and it includes lots of different recreational vehicle and RV and kind of motorhome type uses. It also includes incidental camping and tent camps in that definition. And so because of that definition, any kind of camping, which includes, according to those regulations, 2 sites or more, have to follow regulations by the state. They're required to have a state permit for the use. And so that is something that we were not aware of. Under current county regulations with the CUP, we would have been going through a complete discretionary process for creating any kind of new camping. And so I think issues would have gotten addressed as you go through that process. But as we know, we don't really get any permits anymore for new campgrounds. So we only have a handful that exist today that are on private lands. And by the way, this Special Occupancy Parks Act does not apply to public land. So it doesn't apply to the county parks. It doesn't apply to state parks or federal lands. So they're excluded from the requirements of this act. So it's only the private lands that have to comply with this. So SB 620 is recognizing the need for low impact camping. It's recognizing that existing campgrounds fill up really quickly, they have reservations sell out way ahead of time, and it proposes to exclude low impact camping from that definition of the special occupancy parks. And so by excluding it, then those low impact camping sites do not have to comply with that set of state regulations. But they do still have to comply with any local zoning regulations. They do have to comply with wastewater disposal, trash disposal, water supply, et cetera. And they have to comply with whatever the local regulations are for addressing those issues. And I think just the one other thing to point out, a key point, is they define the low impact camping as 9 campsites or fewer. So
And if I stay in one, what am I staying in? Does it include RVs or not RVs?
I know that it's applying, I'm trying to see, it applies to allowing tent camping. There's a density limit. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's basically the provision of a campsite, so where somebody can pitch a tent or bring their own camper or RV. But that's a detail I'm not completely sure about.
Okay, well, it's very relevant. All right, let's open this to questions, and let's have a question. Commissioner Cooney first.
Thank you. So I'm a little perplexed by some of the things you're reporting, and I realize you're saying it's a 2-year bill, but it's in effect now? It's been passed? No, it's still being discussed and treated. All right. And I can't help but associate some of the descriptions with areas of Berkeley, where I went to school for a long time, which were campsites. And, is this something that's changing, or is it basically ignoring the existence of people sleeping in and around city streets?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, if I understood your question. So yeah, SB 620 is really focused on sort of traditional camping and providing, alleviating it from the existing more stringent requirements that there are even low levels number of campsites are governed by the Special Occupancy Use Act. And so it would apply in the rural area. So landowners within the rural areas would have the opportunity to participate in these low-scale camping opportunities. But it's focused in the rural areas and on traditional campsites.
You were thinking of Telegraph Avenue and old hippies selling jewelry. That's very interesting.
Thank you. This is an interesting topic. I think
it is.
We'll hear more about it.
It is.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be interesting. What is touched on a legal issue here?
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, I just wanted to clarify that the bill that we're talking about defines a low impact camping area to be private property that provides for the transient occupancy rental of a temporary sleeping accommodation. So it's not referring to informal sleeping situations. It is a rental arrangement.
Well, that's a comment on 50 years of Berkeley history, isn't it? Whether it's actually rented or not that people are on.
I am curious, and I'm glad you distinguish between the types of use, but conceivably, if it's on a large area where a big home exists, it's not necessarily producing any kind of farm products, but someone could charge a small amount of money or a large amount of money and invite people to come and park their trailer or park their camper or put up a tent. Okay, I'm getting a better feel for it. It sounds exactly like what I saw at Berkeley, but
Okay, other questions of staff? You're going to have plenty of time, fellow commissioners, to ask questions of staff after public comment as well, and to get into deliberations and sort of this blend of deliberations and questions. So, but go for it now. Commissioner Reed?
I just wanted to clarify. So SB 620 would only apply for a commercial type operation? I mean, I have friends that have, say, the first week of deer season every year, they'll have 6 or 8 people show up, and friends, RVs, camp on their ranch for a week. But as long as they don't charge them, that wouldn't apply. Is that correct?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, yes, it applies to transient occupancy rental of sleeping accommodations.
Okay, going beyond the scope of SB 620, trails. We have grading requirements that trigger things. If I own a ranch and I just go cut a new road, unless I'm moving a whole lot of dirt, it doesn't require any permit, right?
Commissioner Chair, there is an exemption in the grading ordinance for agricultural grading, and I believe that roads are exempt from a grading permit, provided the road is being put on the property for agricultural uses, and providing that the road is not, I guess, crossing some terrain that's very steep that would require the installation of retaining walls that are taller than a certain amount because engineering gets involved. So if that road is for agricultural purposes, then it would be exempt from a grading permit. Otherwise, if the road is going to be used for some other purpose, the typical standards would apply, which is, I believe it's a threshold of 50 cubic yards, the movement of 50 cubic yards of earth, that triggers a grading permit.
And if the White Buffalo Land Trust comes in like they did 2 weeks ago and says, we intend to have some trails out to some of our research sites that are being done to see what agricultural works for restoration of soils, and to get researchers out there and so forth. And that trail is 1 foot wide. Are we going to regulate that under the AEO, or are we saying that's not allowed? That's not the right way to put it. The AEO doesn't even touch on it, but is it allowed today under the grading ordinance? That 1 foot wide trail as opposed to the 20 foot wide farm road?
Commissioner Chair, Mr. Chair.
Call me anything you want. It's
I'm not the expert on the grading ordinance because that is implemented by the Building and Safety Division. But again, the question about the grading permit is going to be based on how much earth is being moved. You could have a 1 foot wide trail, but if you're going up and down lots of hills and steep terrain, and I have no idea how much length would be involved, you would have to look to whether any of these thresholds for a grading permit would be triggered. I also cannot speak to the White Buffalo Land Trust's proposal in terms of the purpose of the use and whether it would fall within the agricultural use exemption, grading exemption or not. I can't speak to that without.
Let me direct kind of a similar kind of question to a comment from, I think, was it from, who was the letter from about the equestrian activities? It was from Kathy Rosenthal, but was it We Watch? I think it was from the Trail Riders, wasn't it? Doesn't matter. The letter touched on trails, and then we've heard from various folks that we should have trails in the AEO. And I searched to think about how many private landowners will be constructing trails on this? And we did hear some examples from the White Buffalo Land Trust, for example. But let's just use equestrian activities. When I put on long distance equestrian events, I use cow trails all the time because cows are really good at making trails. They're nice and smooth, and cows are big enough so it avoids brush, and they build the contours instead of going straight up and down hills. They're wonderful, and they already exist. So if you put on an equestrian trail ride under the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, are you barred from using cow trails on the ranch? You're not building a new trail, it's already there. What do you think?
Mr. Chair, I mean, most of the AEO uses, whether they be small farm tours, equestrian activities that were envisioned, they're assumed to be using the existing either roads. In this case, there's a lot of informal trails on a lot of these rural properties that are either from cattle or deer trails that have kind of been widened for getting to one side of the property or the other. So all of those, would be existing uses that, there is no permit that's required for those. Kind of the rub is at what point, if a new trail to get to somewhere is needed to be constructed, is it something that's going to trigger the grading ordinance because it's not directly ag related? We'd have to look at that on a case by case basis, but there's probably a pathway forward for those. I think for the CRATAC letter as well, there's other issues related to the trails in our existing ordinances that we recognize that some zones don't expressly call that those are allowed uses in a zone. So there's ordinance things that need to be cleaned up. And so both those structural issues related to our zoning ordinances and as well as the uses themselves for either private or public trails is going to be further addressed as part of the ordinance amendment package for the rec master plan. But as far as the AEO uses that are envisioned, predominantly they are anticipating that they'll be utilizing existing network of trails or ag roads or paths that already exist.
I'd point out on the world of trail builders and planners, there's a lot of discussion when there's discussion of what EIRs are required for events and building things and so forth on what's pre-existing. And one will go through Forest Service maps and go back for decades to find maps that'll show trails. You can find trails, for example, in the Chumash Wilderness that are there. They're on old maps. They're not on the new maps. And you also find cow trails and different things because it's all about whether the impact has been analyzed before or whether it's actually a new impact. And if you show there's an existing trail, it's been there a long time, and including cow trails, then you make the argument you don't need to analyze it. So, okay, I sense there's a misapprehension about what the Ag Enterprise Ordinance is doing about trails. It's not explicitly allowing them, and I think you pointed out that was kind of thought to be a subject for the Rec Master Plan as to get incentive for trails, but it doesn't explicitly disallow them either, and there's all sorts of trail usages and so forth that will be implied into some of these activities where we're not telling them not to use trails. Okay, so other questions of staff before we go on to public comment? Welcome those questions, but you'll also have ample opportunity later as well. Commissioner Bridley?
This is really quick because it might help with the public comment too. The term incidental food service, can you clarify that for me? Because I know it's used throughout the code changes. So what is incidental food service compared to whatever is non-incidental?
Commissioner Bridley, through the chair, we have proposed a definition for incidental food service, which I'm not going to be able to remember. I could look it up.
I've got the definitions here. Yeah.
It is in attachments C and D. But in a nutshell, we were directed to include incidental food service, but not restaurants. Restaurants are currently not allowed on Ag Zone. And we had to kind of figure it out ourselves what incidental means. We had public workshops to talk about incidental food. What does that mean? What should it include? And so we use that public process to help develop this basic definition that the food service is being provided incidental to other agricultural enterprise uses that bring the public to the property. And that intent was to focus the use as being supplemental to the ag enterprises, which are supplemental to the agricultural operations, but to not start going down the path of just doing a restaurant. So if you were an ag property and you just wanted to do food service, that's kind of dipping your toe into that restaurant water, so to speak.
So, okay, so it doesn't have anything like, not heated food or only wrapped up and available as a to-go container. I mean, it's not that prescriptive.
Well,
I'm looking in the coastal.
Commissioner Bridley, through the chair, it's not part of, so the definition doesn't include what kind of foods would be served. The proposed regulations in the ordinances, which come out of the tables that were put forth in the scoping document for the EIR notice of preps, or basic project description, they looked at describing types of food service for an exempt level versus a low-level permit. And they were focused at the exempt level with types of food that could be exempt from land use permits, but that would also be exempt from getting public health permits. Because the public health permits, if you're saying you're exempt from land use permit, but then you need to get a public health permit, and then that public health permit requires you to modify your kitchen or build a kitchen or create a new structure, then you're coming right back into planning and having to get land use permits and building permits. And so then what's the point of having an exemption to start with? So that's really the intent with trying to have this exempt level of food service.
Okay.
So that's why food trucks are under exempt, because the food truck has to have its permit.
Yeah.
From, they get it separately. So.
Okay.
It's a very good question because it gets a lot of attention when you talk to the landowners, and we'll give it a lot more attention in this process. Okay, any other questions from commissioners? I'm not trying to hold you off, but if you have some now, let's ask them. Otherwise, let's go to public comment. No? Okay, so this row of lights where I'm used to looking at one place, it's like dead, it's gone. I now need to look at microphones. It's good it's only 5 people instead of 25, good. Okay, and it'll be your job in a week, so. All right, let's go to public comment. I have 5 speaker slips. Everybody's had an opportunity to submit a speaker slip. There's more than 5 people in the room. You got your speaker slip in if you're going to speak. Okay, and Mr. Villalobos, what do you have on the computer screen or phone or wherever you keep that?
We have currently 5 attendees online.
Okay, and we don't know if they all want to speak.
No, I see one hand raised, but I would encourage those who want to speak just to raise your hand.
Do it right now so we can tell.
I see 3 hands raised.
Okay, so we got 8. All right. What we're going to do today is, because I gave you so much latitude last time, you will stick to the traditional 3 minutes, but I'll be kind of soft on the gavel if you're actually addressing specific suggestions to the ordinance. If you want to come on and complain about things and say staff didn't do a good job or rant and rave about something, you can do that, but do it within 3 minutes. But if you're actually getting somewhere on describing specific constructive changes, I'll be a little bit more generous, but I won't be as generous as last time. Mr. Tottram, I'm going to invite you to the podium. as he's going to the podium, Mr. Totram was part of my Farm Stay Advisory Committee, which turned into an Ag Enterprise Ordinance Advisory Committee. And I think those folks that had the patience to deal with me for those long hours in the 3rd District Supervisorial Office deserve some credit, and he's one of them. Go ahead.
To press something? There you go. You did it for me. Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to say that I think we didn't get the final EIR before this happens, and I think we usually do. And we also didn't get responses to comments before this. So I did want to speak to a letter I wrote in regard to the EIR, the draft EIR. And this one I'm just going to read. The others I'm just going to comment on, but see if you can follow my train of thought here. A fatal flaw in the draft EIR is the lack of assessing the ecosystem services provided by the current agricultural lands within the county. Although subjective and difficult to quantify, this is lacking in the analysis. Once this missing link is considered, we can more accurately evaluate what impacts would be realized if a loss of agricultural lands due to conversion to non-agricultural uses is realized. My point is that these increased opportunities on ag land only help to sustain long-term agricultural production, which incrementally decrease pressure for conversion from ag lands to non-ag lands. So I think people get scared when they see significant and unavoidable consequences, and that's what the EIR showed. But that impact didn't take into account the ecosystem services that our ag lands currently provide. My point is that if it did, a conversion out of this due to not allowing these practices is going to alter how that's seen. So I just wanted to make that point. It's more in depth in my letter, but that's the EIR. So now I'm going to comment more specifically, and I'd like to start by mentioning the coastal zone and how it relates to the inland area. I would suggest that any exemptions that you come up with and propose in the inland area also get proposed in the coastal zone. And this has been a point of contention, but if an exemption is proposed in the coastal zone, it doesn't get into the principal permitted use issue. So those familiar with the coastal zone know that we have this principal permitted use. If we have an exemption in the coastal zone, we're not bumping up against that principal permitted use. So I encourage you, when you're thinking exemptions, to just include that in the coastal zone as well. And don't feel like you're going out on a limb, because other counties like San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz County, and Monterey County are also dealing with the Coastal Commission on these issues. So I encourage you as well as staff to contact these other counties because they're dealing with this currently. All right, now I'm going to jump into specifics. Campgrounds. Senate Bill 620 is what I pulled up. And so you went into it. I'm not going to go into it. What I am going to say is that I suggest the exempt category mirrors Senate Bill 620 in that 9 or fewer low impact campsites be exempt. We're going to assume 620 is going to pass. Santa Barbara County can follow right in place with that and say 9 campsites or less are exempt. I don't see why all types of campsites have been lumped together. What I mean by that is currently you're saying a yurt, a trailer, a cabin is the exact same thing as a low impact campsite. That makes no sense. This is a perfect opportunity to break that up and say a zoning clearance is a non-permanent structure, right? Doesn't that make more sense? I'm going to pull up, I'm going to pitch my tent. That should be a lower level permit than me providing a yurt for somebody to pull up to. Currently, it's not broken up. So to repeat, my suggestion is 9 or fewer campsites is exempt. And then if campsites are provided as a space but not a structure, make that a zoning clearance. And then if you're providing a yurt, a trailer, or a cabin, then that would be your land use permit, or that would be your CDP in the coastal zone. Okay, on to farm stays. I don't see why bedrooms are included. I agree with other speakers that principal permitted structures are all that's available. That's a flaw. Let's not only include principal permitted structures available for farm stays. I also take issue with clustering. I don't think clustering should be mandatory. Multiple times clustering is appropriate, but many other times clustering is not appropriate. So let's retain that flexibility. Educational experiences. Let's change the 15 people to 30 people. I bring City College students, UCSB student classes out to our property. To say only 15 can show up is silly. So let's at least bump that up to 30. That's often a standard school size. Now, another distinction is other educational experiences. You have that as 24 days per year. I think that's too restrictive. We're talking about the transfer of knowledge of the next generation. The more educational opportunity to get people onto ag lands to transfer that knowledge, the better. Let's not restrict that to 24 days. Small scale events. It's hard to comment without there being clarity between the zoning clearance and the land use permit and the CDP. And I guess the lack of clarity is staff asking you guys to come up with that clarity. So for me to comment on it, it's difficult, but I would encourage the zoning clearance, the land use permit, and the CDP to break it up. Use those opportunities to break that up. The exempt category for no more than 2 days per month, that's over burdensome, I think. 2 days per month only, I would increase that. I just have a couple more here. Composting. I'm curious why a major difference was created between general composting and ag material composting. For example, general composting has no limit on the amount you can sell per year, and ag composting has 1,000 cubic yards per year that you can sell. I don't, in my mind, why would you have a cap on ag composting but not general composting? So I would encourage to get rid of that and allow us farmers to sell as much compost. You already have the amount you can have on site. That's important. Firewood processing. My comment on firewood processing and lumber processing and milling, this requirement to have no more, like all materials on site, or that's for the exempt category, or no more than 49% on site for the land use or CDP. I'd get away from that. Firewood operations that all these ranches have, they take their neighbors' fallen trees as well. And in terms of, so it's a silly requirement to say it's all got to come off one property. We all don't have firewood operations, but every third, fourth, or fifth ranch does, and we utilize that space. So I think that's I think that should be removed. The lumber processing and milling, Why is there no exempt category? There is for firewood processing. It's no more intensive than firewood processing, so I'd encourage an exempt category for that. And same as above, please remove the on-site material requirement. I currently do this, and material I get comes from multiple different properties. We're not in timber country. If we were, this would make sense, but in this county, it doesn't make sense. And I wrote a letter, all this, I go into more detail. So just lastly, I want to comment on the setbacks. Setbacks need to be flexible. I mean, 1,000 feet is huge. Look at Refugio State Beach, El Capitan State Beach, Gaviota State Beach. Can you imagine if you said those needed to be set back 1,000 feet? They wouldn't exist. So the point is, and Julie hit the nail on the head with showing that row crop agriculture might want 1,000-foot setback, but rangeland doesn't. So let's not have one thing for everyone. Let's really have flexibility here. And lastly, I want to point out one thing that I thought was missing in the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and I encourage you to put it in there because all the ranches are doing it already, and I don't think it's a significant addition, so it'd not require recirculating the EIR, and that's storage. Lobster traps. We're all storing lobster traps in the off-season. Currently, that's illegal. We're taking money for it, but that's illegal. Same thing goes for after the Montecito mudslides. Everyone was trying to get rid of rock. Aglands took that rock, and that rock is now rebuilding Montecito, and we're making income off that. That's a good thing. This is supplemental income helping us stay in ag. So I encourage you to include the storage of those types of things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tatram. Next, I'd like to call on Sierra Falso.
Mr. Chair, I have to be at a meeting in San Ynez, the 3rd District, who we're involved with, has asked me to do that. And so I can't stay longer if I'm going to make it for that meeting.
Okay, you're going to be next after Sierra Falso. Okay, Mr. Wilbrandt.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and I'm sorry. I will try and be incredibly quick. I agree with everything that Gunnar just said. I agree with the new letter that you got from the Ag Advisory Committee, which asks for you all to have a joint workshop with them. I think that they lost a whole lot of the thread from when we were working with the committee you put together. I also have learned several things this morning, maybe, you know, kind of a light bulb came on over my head about the incidental food service and the farm stay issue. We've been doing incidental food service at wineries for the last 3+ years under an emergency ordinance that the board passed. It works really incredibly well. One of the reasons why it's worked really incredibly well in the North County is you used to have a person at the desk in Santa Maria, Kim Probert. Kim and I came up with a one-page form that I would use, and I'd go in and it would confirm that we'd talk to the fire department and we'd talk to environmental health. And so it was kind of like what I wished all zoning clearances were. I don't know anyone who actually thinks right now that they have to worry about packaged food selling at tasting rooms. The issue is food which is appropriate and matches the high quality of our wine. All food that is appropriate and matches the high quality of our wine actually gets made at a permanent food facility that is permitted by environmental health. We all expect to get that. We're not looking for an exemption from either environmental health or from the fire department. The Vintners organization and I will put together some very simple language and provide it to you in the next 2 weeks that I think will work very well for incidental food service at wineries. I'll say similarly, there are, I think, 5 pages of development standards in the current winery ordinance that applies for winery activities at a permitted winery. They don't have anything like the 1,000-foot setback or other things that have been proposed that will make projects impossible to do. So I'd love to work with staff to go from that direction. Finally, on farm stays, at least in my mind, I never understood why we were trying to use the state law that limits a farm stay in a number of ways. I now understand it's because staff was trying to not require us to go through the more onerous process for a fully permitted kitchen. I think that at least all of the people I'm working with expect that they will have a kitchen that can do all of those things for a high level of service. So we will be going to Environmental Health Services. We like them very much. We're happy to go there. So I would urge that there be a category, probably with a zoning clearance, that doesn't have those other limitations as long as we go to the fire department and Environmental Health Services. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wilbrand, I'm going to ask you to address something we've spoken about.
Absolutely.
And it goes to understanding the types of lodging or roof over one's head that one can have at a campground. You know, ranging from my Boy Scout days where you sleep on a tarp. At least my dad slept in a foxhole. It was wet, so I did better than he did. And then, you know, we have backpacking tents and family tents. And then we get into the glamping kind of things where you have bell tents and whatnot. And then, of course, we have RVs, which have gone from the back of a pickup bed to 44-foot motorhomes and everything in between. And but we now have a camping category we've kind of got to discuss because it falls both in a farm stay and in a campsite. And it's sort of an outgrowth of the old park mod trailers. They're not all that old. They kind of developed for Hurricane Katrina. I know you represent some major campsite developers. Address that high end a little bit, just so you can tell us what's happening in that world.
So that world has gone from, again, trailers to what was called park mods or Cavco trailers to now much, much nicer, more sophisticated glamping type uses. And it can include both things that look like little cottages, things that look like little cabins. It also can include things that look like safari tents. All of those are very high end. I looked at one a couple of days ago. It was over $200,000 for a thing that looks like a little cabin. The safari tents are hard-sided. They often have canvas parts to them so that you can feel like you're in a safari tent, but they are very, very nice structural development. And those who are putting them in understand and expect that they will be meeting environmental health requirements, public health requirements. They'll be meeting fire department requirements. They'll be providing for septic and for water and all of those infrastructure things. And I would hope that your ordinance will provide that entire spectrum. So if it is somebody, I think you have the Mary's here from the Chamberlain Ranch. If it is being able to go out and just let 6 people come stay on your property and horseback ride for a few days, that should be covered. I would urge you should also cover the higher end glamping type experience, which I think is very much consistent with, for example, the high end winery experiences that we're trying to have. I did miss one of my comments. I was concerned, amazed, surprised when I saw on the screen that educational experiences at wineries is now intended to be regulated. That's one of the primary things we do at winery properties, is to bring our customers in, show them and explain to them why they should be buying our high-end, relatively expensive wine rather than going to Temecula or somewhere where we think the wine may not be quite as great. That's never been regulated before. It's in the winery ordinance that winery special events are regulated, and then in the definitions, it tells you what a winery special event is. I've always understood that that means if it's not within those things, then it's not a winery special event, and as long as you don't have 80 or more people there at a time, it's not regulated. So I would urge that we would explicitly reaffirm that fact. And again, create this opportunity for people to come to Santa Barbara, stay in a range of accommodations, but in particular in ones that fit with our high quality agriculture and agricultural products, and that is part of that overall experience. And we should really be trying to get people educated about where their food comes from, where their agricultural commodities come from, not be putting any kind of limits. Again, Gunnar mentioned he would be limited to 15 people at a time coming out to his farm. That's crazy. So I think this is all very well-meaning. I urge that we work on it a bit more and get it right, including having a follow-up workshop with the Ag Advisory Committee.
Okay, thanks. Well,
Thank you.
don't drink too much Fossil and fall off your horse tonight.
Thanks.
Okay. Sierra Falso.
If it's okay.
Okay. You guys have it all worked out. What am I doing here?
Chair Park, Commissioners, my name is Jimmy Lazides with Vega Vineyard and Farm. I saw you last month. I needed to get up because I have to actually go back and run a business, and there's an emergency I have to get back to, but this was so important that I felt the need to stay here. So the first thing I want to talk about was the setbacks, and I talked about it last time, and I'm just echoing what a lot of people are saying. You know, not all properties are created the same, and then not all properties affect their neighbors the same. Where I want to put the camping component of this is in the back corner in an olive orchard that's surrounded by mountains, but my neighbor is 10 feet away, but my neighbor is a mountain. So it doesn't make any sense for me. And if it's a 1,000-foot setback, I'm going to be on the 101 freeway. So it doesn't, I mean, it affects me in that way. And I don't think that one solution should fit all properties for that situation. I wasn't going to speak in depth for the next part here, which is the R word. It seems like every now all of a sudden restaurants and saying the word restaurants have become a big bad thing, and we keep skirting around the phrase incidental food. I'm a restaurant guy. I've been a restaurant guy my whole life. So to make this thing work, we'll call it incidental food because it's food we serve at our winery with our wine experience. Having a commercial kitchen is imperative at the site. It's safer for people. It's safer for food quality and food safety and foodborne illnesses and things like that. At this time, when we have the host kitchens, we're required to use a off-site commercial kitchen to make all our food, bring it over, keep the dirty dishes for a few hours, and then take them back to this kitchen. There's nothing about that that's safe for the general public. We do it. We're safe. We do it. We do what we have to do. It gets done. But it makes no sense for us to not have a commercial kitchen on the property. And secondly, this whole thing never made sense to me as my parents are Greek. And I was born and raised somewhere else. But to not be able to serve people food when they're drinking is silly. We want people to be safe, I own the Maverick also, and one of the greatest things I ever did, not because I'm a genius, my wife recommended it, she's the genius. We had a lot of after parties for weddings, and we noticed that they were coming in pretty intoxicated. It was an issue, and I met with Sheriff and ABC, and we came up with a plan that if you have an after party at the Maverick, you have to have food first. So they come in, they do a taco stand, they do appetizers, and I will tell you right now, it's eliminated 90% of our fights, People are acting more appropriately. It's a better thing for everybody. So serving food to people that have been drinking is, I don't even know if I think it's imperative. And handling food correctly is imperative. So, you know, I know people are worried about it turning into a restaurant or not a restaurant. I don't even know what these, I mean, incidental food, I don't even know what incidental food is or where it could be. I could tell you right now, at my winery, if I was incidental food, would be everything that goes with our menu. And in fact, we created our wine selection to match food and vice versa, because wine and food were supposed to be together, always. So I get nervous when I hear phrases that I've never heard, and I've been in this business for 40 years, and especially when they're not defined, and when they do get defined, it's so far along in the process that we're like, oh crap, what just happened? And I will tell you right now, most of us that own wineries, most people that own wineries don't have a commercial kitchen to go to do food on their property. I happen to have, on the Maverick, I have that commercial kitchen, but I don't know anybody else that does. So it's very limiting in a lot of ways. That's what I have for you, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. I know my food well.
We'll be touching on that very issue a lot.
Yeah.
But we're not going to do it right this moment because we're going to get other speakers. But appreciate your comments, and we will address it.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Sierra Falso, you're up.
Forgive me, I'm very nervous and my computer is very low and I'm terrified that my screen is going to go black when we talk. So hopefully there's juice in this.
What do we need your computer for?
My notes, my speaking point.
Oh, you can extemporize. You only have 3 minutes anyway.
Okay. Okay. I am Chair Park and members of the commission. My name is Sierra Falso. I moved to Santa Barbara from Ventura in the early 80s. My husband was born in Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital in 1991. Gunnar, thank you for your comments. You've pretty much touched base on everything I want to talk about. I have my shortened notes, but I actually put in my notes that I was going to ask if you have are going to grant the additional minutes, which you said you will not, but so I'm just going to try to get this fast. Sorry for my shaking. I'm just really
Well,
nervous.
I'll be easy on people that get to the point and make constructive comments on how to address the ordinance. So
Okay,
go ahead and
thank
get started.
Right. The farm enterprise opportunities are essential to help financially support running ag operations. Without the extra potential income streams being offered, we will not be able to sustainably farm. My rationale is as follows. We closed escrow on our ag property December 31st of 2018 and took possession January of 2019. The steward of our land who held the property prior to us for 20 years warned us to be very careful what we decided to do, to learn from his mistakes. He had planted a huge amount of fruit trees, a lot of them stone fruit. The only thing that has left from his stone plant fruitings 20 years ago is a single lonely male apricot tree, which our goats have girdled, but it still miraculously provides some shade for the goats. He advised it would be a good idea to just sit on the property for a year, go through the seasons, and think about what we could do to produce income on the property through agriculture. We knew prior to purchasing the property that we had many obstacles to making our farm a real working farm. We quickly ruled out cattle grazing and started our agricultural R&D. 3 pretty major obstacles stood out. First, topography. Our lowest point on our property is 500 feet above sea level, and the highest is 1,200 feet above sea level. Our property is 900 feet wide by 2,800 feet deep. I beg you, please do not approve of a setback of 1,000 feet. That will take us out of any opportunity for doing any of the farm enterprises as outlined. I'm going to skip through second. A huge major hurdle for us is water. We have a well. When it's not dry, it's brackish. It's not ideal for any kind of farming. We can and have had water shipped by truck at a cost of $375 for 3,000 gallons. We have planted pomegranates. The former owner planted olive trees, pink peppercorns. We have tons of wild elderberry. Our research shows that we could probably make some pretty good money with peppercorn essential oils and probably some elderberry products. Other than that, our pomegranates are suffering. They've been planted for 3 years. They grow and they fall to the ground before we can produce them. It's going to be a long, long time before we get any mature plants that really produce anything worth selling. And also, all these options would take lots of money for starters and more things to plant. There's also, packaging, marketing, getting to market and selling and finding people to purchase that stuff and actually make a real income. I'm going to skip over view corridors. Regarding compost, I'm supporting one of my favorite farmers, Ed and Shay Seaman of Blueberry Farm. They have done a lot of research on the compost and vermiculture and curate and sponsor extremely educational workshops around the subject. I support his comments of last week's meeting that restrictions should be no more than what the state has implemented. Santa Barbara County should not be more restrictive than the state. I'll leave it at that. Regarding farm stays, to touch on what Gunnar said again, clustering or requiring people to stay actually in the premises, that doesn't really work. They should be permitted to also pitch a tent or stay in their Sprinter van or whatever and still be under the farm stay. For camping, I was really happy to see in the health department that they would consider porta potties or compost toilets. That was really great. So my only point on that was you can rent porta potties from Morbarg for $25 a month and then have them pumped out for $75. So that would take away the necessity for additional septic systems. Regarding regarding campfires, my mother was first woman firefighter hired by the County of Santa Barbara in 1982. So I'm well versed in fire safety, and I suggest a really great alternative to actually campfires is to offer propane fire pits. Very safe. You don't have embers blowing throughout. You can also provide fire extinguishers at campsites. Again, the venturing of clustering of campsites and farm stay ADU in one area, this really should be on a site-by-site basis. People are trying to avoid being crammed next to each other when they're camping, and given individual properties layout, there should be much more enjoyable camping options if campsites were improved and spaced out for the enjoyment of campers and farm stayers. I'm almost done. I really support and encourage that everything, especially the 1,000-foot setback and clustering of campsites, be on case-by-case basis while undergoing the land use permit process, and do not increase the minimum acreage to 100 acres from 40 acres as the AAC requested last week. That would again put us completely out of the running. My fingers are crossed that the Farm Enterprise Ordinance goes through. Thank you all for your efforts, and sorry for my shaky voice.
It's all right. You did fine. Ms. Falso, it sounds like you have about 50, 60 acres somewhere. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. And are you on the coast or are you out on the?
We are not on the coast. We are in a view corridor, but we are over the halls going in towards Buellton.
Got it. So you're in that that valley there. Nottoway Creek goes through it.
Yes.
Okay, I know where you are.
Okay.
All right, thanks. I've got two more in the room, Mr. Wolf and Ms. Citron. I'll let you go last, Ms. Citron, because you're on salary now. I guess. Okay, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This is the first time I've spoken at a Planning Commission hearing regarding the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance. I want to introduce myself. I'm local Santa Barbara business owner. Graduated from Westmont almost 30 years ago, have 3 kids at Santa Barbara High School Dons, and I am one of the new owners of Buttonwood Winery and Ranch. I want to introduce our ownership group and talk about our support for the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance. We have partners in our ownership that are 3rd and 4th generation farmers. We own farmlands and ag lands in the Central Valley, Ventura County, Carpinteria, and the Gaviota Coast, most notably Rancho Dos Pueblos. That's my partner, Jamie, with Simpatica. Another partner, Anthony, lives 1 mile from Buttonwood, is on site every day overseeing our winemaking. We'd like to express our gratitude to John Park, the Planning Commission, 3rd District Supervisor Joan Hartman, and the county staff for all of your work in the past many years on this agricultural enterprise ordinance. We've realized in our short ownership of Buttonwood and what has been commented on by many others at this hearing and in past hearings, it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to make money in this county with farmland. We think that the allowances for greater enterprise for the agricultural property owners, as outlined in the draft ordinance, they're well thought out, and we want to echo what the Vintners Association has communicated in the past, as well as Mr. Trouttim, and what Mr. Wolbrandt and Jimmy has also commented on today. Being resoundingly in favor of the AEO's primary purpose of creating viable income opportunities for landowners, if we're successful in finalizing this ordinance and getting it approved and implemented to elevate our businesses and the potential for better visitor experience, we will all benefit from the revenue created, us in the audience and everyone in the room today. I'd also like to share publicly what we've also shared with many of our neighbors. We've tried to reach out and meet with our neighbors. Our goal is to be great stewards of Buttonwood and the legacy that began at the property with Betty Williams almost 50 years ago. Our local team is focused on farming, and we want to enhance our wine production. We're planting more vines and we're growing more crops. Farming is first. We'd also like to make greater use of the buildings that already exist on our property. We're fortunate to have a wine tasting room, a winery on site, 2 barns, and other structures that we'd like to enhance and bring to life. We'd like to engage our neighbors and our visitors in a more meaningful way with high quality opportunities for agritourism, which is what we're here today to talk about, higher standards of food offerings, and with special events. We also want to be clear and clear up the air of past rumors. We do not have any plans on building a 60-room hotel nor an amphitheater. We do, however, look forward to enhancing the wonderful and historic legacy of Buttonwood Farm and Winery. We want to bless more people in the future with higher quality amenities at the property and everything that the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance will allow and support us to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Okay, Ms. Citron.
Hi, good morning, Chair Park and Commissioners. Anna Citron, Legal and Policy Director for the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. Last time, I expressed in verbal comments that we are keen on seeing more differentiation between the type of campgrounds as opposed to lumping them all together. And we've heard already from some public commenters today about that. We have a letter in the record that provides some ideas, but I will say I'm very grateful that Mr. Johnson and Mr. Tam were here this morning to provide that really informative presentation regarding the requirements of the fire department of environmental health. And I think what at least I'm realizing is that there could be a significant amount of infrastructure required for campgrounds because of those, in order to satisfy the requirements of health and EHS. New roadways, new septic systems, et cetera, all increase the impact of the campground. And so in our proposal, we actually resurrected some language that is found currently in the coastal zoning ordinance with respect to the small-scale campgrounds that are allowed by the Gaviota Coast Plan. And that language ties the campground more closely to the level of grading and infrastructure, et cetera. And just to read, these are campgrounds that would include no new grading or structures that would require a grading or planning permit. However, it doesn't apply to grading and structures that are required in order to comply with requirements of public health with regards to provision of potable water and on-site wastewater disposal. So that seems like it's kind of a nice way to address this. No electrical hookups for vehicles, including recreational vehicles and trailers. And this gets to our point about if you bring your own tent, you bring your own RV, but it's self-contained, that's a much lighter impact on the land than having actual electrical hookups there installed, or having the type of semi-permanent accommodations, yurts, park trailers, et cetera. And that was also very informative to hear from Mr. Wolbrandt on that point. Thank you for your question, Chair Park. Because it is clear that those semi-permanent accommodations can, he referred to them as structures. I was pleased to hear that. We've been arguing that they are structures, but that's another issue. But they are high end, and they cater to a very discrete segment of the population. And we don't want to see all of our campgrounds be high end glamp grounds. We want to have more primitive camping that's more affordable for folks and that also is less impactful. So the proposal we put forward, it basically in the coastal zone, it would with the coastal development permit, would sort of ratchet down the level of intensity. It would still allow the same numbers, but without the infrastructure, which practically speaking might not work out. We recognize that, and there may be tweaks. And in addition, interested to hear about how SB 620 relates, and there might be some important lessons to learn from that, and looking to see more integration there. So in the coastal zone, it would sort of add some additional requirements, but then in the inland area, that low-intensity campground could be provided with a zoning clearance, in addition to what would already be allowed with the land use permit, which would be, less onerous and would encourage landowners to provide this less impactful form of camping. The other suggestion we have for land use permit level in the inland zone is that the semi-permanent accommodations be limited to approximately 1/3 of the campsites, so that every single campsite isn't a yurt or a trailer. And we have some numbers proposed, again, just ideas for discussion. The other issue that has come up a number of times has to do with the 1,000-foot setback. And we agree that that could be problematic and could additionally interfere with the priority set up in the Gaviota Coast Plan area for having campgrounds not right up against the ocean, but rather closer to the road. It occurs to me that for fire department purposes, we'd much rather have campgrounds closer to public roads. Easier to find, easier to access, less likelihood that you'd have to construct new roads. So that's something I think to look at in terms of how that setback could be adjusted so that the campgrounds can be in more easily accessible areas. Similarly, with the clustering, we support more flexibility there because it might make sense to have one small cluster on some properties. Others, it might make sense to have it more dispersed. So again, hoping for a little bit more clarity on this new state legislation. The existing state legislation and how that affects what is being proposed here in terms of campgrounds, because we want to make sure we're consistent so that there's not one set of requirements being allowed at the county, but that can't be used at all because it's inconsistent with the requirements of the state. So yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Welcome any questions, and yeah, thank you for holding this additional hearing. I would just add, we are eagerly awaiting the CEQA document and the approval hearing once that document's available, and just want to make sure that there's ample opportunity at that point in time to also provide public comment and contribute to bolstering mitigation and other things that might be required. Oh, one last thing I wanted to say. Discussion of trails and whether they belong here or not. It seems like there will be roadways that will be required for campgrounds and other things, and that's sort of incorporated into the EIR. Trails that serve the ag enterprise use would probably be less impact than a new road and are really part of the use. So, query whether trails that serve the ag enterprise use can be lumped in and whether that would all be within the framework of what's already been discussed in the EIR in terms of impact level. I think it probably would be. So thank you.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
One, I wanted to compliment you on your letter because you addressed, in fact, your letter mirrored some issues I've been thinking about and searching for solutions, and you provided some. So, of course, I think it's brilliant.
Thank you.
And, but here's a little question. On your letter, you had attachments, I think, because I can't always tell. I'm reading these things online on the P&D website, but it looked like there were attachments to your letter, correct?
There is one attachment, yes.
And that's an attachment of proposed ordinance language? Is that what that is?
Yes. So I
mean, it doesn't say Exhibit A or Addendum D or something. It's just
Attachment 1.
Okay.
It's
well,
Attachment 1,
after
and
your letter, well, go ahead. Describe to me what you have.
So what I did was I took Attachment D from the staff report, which is the draft CZO language.
Okay.
And I did a red line on that in green. And unfortunately, you can't see it on the printout, but it should be visible in the electronic version. So the green language is our proposal, strike through and underline. And I did it as edits to the CZO only, understanding that that would then translate over onto the LUDC as a new category allowable with a zoning clearance. And then the very limited edits to the remainder of the LUDC are just reflected in the body of the letter.
Okay, but those were your edits to the actual draft language.
Correct.
Okay, which is very useful. I appreciate that. Second question, you're the second person today, maybe I just stopped hearing it from other people, that commented on this circumstance that we don't have a final EIR, but we have a draft ordinance, we're looking at it. I understand that's the case. I don't understand the consequence. Why does that matter? Tell me why it matters. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I just want to know why you think it matters.
It matters because that document, including any changes that would be made in response to public comment and including the responses to public comment, will address some of these very issues that we're discussing here today and provides useful information that is required to guide your decision making. So having these hearings as sort of a public workshop type format where we're providing feedback and then staff is, if necessary, incorporating that into the EIR, but the EIR would be available before your final decision. We're comfortable with that. We had some reservations initially, but I think that makes sense. But what we wouldn't want to see happen is for you all to make decisions. You want this in the ordinance, but without having seen the final EIR first, if that makes sense.
So you think we should see the final EIR? There's already been comments on the draft, so we'll see a final EIR, and you think we should see that before any recommendation is made from this commission sending it off to the Board of Supervisors?
Correct.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions.
And we have no one else in the room that wants to speak, correct? Then let's go to our folks that are online. I'd like to finish public comment if I can before we go to lunch.
Our first speaker will be Paul Van Leer.
And how many folks is it?
To be followed by Brett Freeney. So there's 3 people total that currently have their hands up. If anyone else wants to speak, raise your hand.
Who's the third person?
Was Susan Petrovich, but
okay.
Kathleen Rosenthal as well.
Okay. So it's 3 or 4, whatever. Okay, let's go. Mr. Van Leer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Paul Van Leer. I'm the chair of Ag Advisory Committee. I'm simply here just to answer any questions you may have from both our letters dated November 22nd and yesterday, December the 12th. I would like to ask you again to please consider a request for a joint hearing to address issues going forward. We have done this in the past, and I think we're very productive at AAC and Planning Commission joint hearings. So I would ask that you consider that going forward. And again, I'll be here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van Leer. Mr. Farini.
Good afternoon, Chair Park and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Brett Farini, and I'm a farmer in the Santa Maria Valley. I'm also speaking today on behalf of the Agricultural Advisory Committee. I'd like to thank the Planning Commission, staff, and public for all your time and thoughtfulness on this ordinance. As we've heard these last two hearings, agriculture is very diverse and important industry in the Santa Barbara County. The Agriculture Advisory Committee, as you just heard, has submitted 2 letters, and I'd like to reiterate our request to hold a joint meeting with Planning Commission, staff, the public, and our Agricultural Advisory Committee. I hope we can move this ordinance along with thoughtfulness and ensure the ordinance has addressed all aspects of agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farini. And Ms. Petrovich, are you online? Apparently not. Ms. Rosen.
Sorry,
Oh,
I'm muting myself. Can you hear me okay?
yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. First of all, I would like to agree with what Gunnar, the points that Gunnar made, and I have some additional ones of my own. The staff in the PowerPoint suggested an overlay rather than another approach to the setback question. The problem with zoning overlays or zoning of any kind, any zoning ordinance, is that as crops or ag operations on properties change, it would cost a fortune and a lot of time to change the zoning. So if we could have setbacks that are applicable to various types of potential conflicts, for instance, the cropland, the lettuce cropland right next to the grazing land, I think that's a better approach than creating a monster. I also was a little bit concerned that we're going to go back and talk about parts of this ordinance, or maybe all of this ordinance, being included in the rec ordinance. I don't think that's a good idea. The county does have a history of things getting lost when you get too many things loaded and going on at the same time. So I would suggest that you not proceed in that direction. This issue of sorry, I'm looking at my notes and trying to figure out what I was trying to tell myself. At the last meeting, this zoning code versus the exemption. At the last hearing, we were told that a zoning clearance was something that was really easy to get, no problem. But what I heard today causes me to think that a zoning clearance could just become another obstacle. And again, we've got to go back to the idea of an ordinance that sets things up so that the rancher doesn't have to spend a fortune on a zoning clearance or any other county regulation. And I think part of the problem is that the staff may not be giving credit to the agricultural operators in terms of what they know, and if they think that we have to do more public notice, I guess that would be a way to go. But the idea that the farmers and ranchers who have to get insurance like all the rest of us for operations on their property wouldn't know to go to the fire department, go to any other department that has jurisdiction. So I think again that we need to allow for an exemption, but just educate people if you think that's really a problem. I did have one question about the porta potties, because this seems to keep coming up. And I notice when I drive by, particularly in the Santa Maria area, drive by the farm fields, there are porta potties all over the place, and on the same property month after month after month after month. So I don't think you can call that a temporary use. So my question, I guess, and this would go, I guess, to the EHS person, is if that's going on in the county and they know about it because it's out there in plain sight, why would we apply a different standard to these little campsites and we more permanent solutions to the removal of human waste? We also are struggling, I think it seems, with the farm stay part of this ordinance. And if there are state law limits, then, but for a similar type of activity, the county can certainly pass an ordinance, and you don't have to call it a farm stay if you don't want to use the existing state farm stay. The whole question is, can we allow more flexibility by using a different name so that the state doesn't think we're conflicting with their farm stay? And then the last point is the SB 620 in response to commissioners' concerns about Berkeley and other similar places. The law as currently being proposed has a max of 29 consecutive nights per camper and no more than 20 nights for that camper per year. And they must meet local rules for human waste. And I don't think any of that is going on in our cities. But just wanted to kind of clarify what this law is now proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I don't want to be argumentative with you, but I was born that way. And I think staff opposes the idea of overlays. They're not proposing the idea. So I'll let staff speak to that later, but that's my impression. Okay, Ms. Rosenthal, are you ready to go?
Yes. Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, today I wanted to thank you all for your work thus far on the county's new agricultural enterprise ordinance. We agree with what most of the speakers have alluded to today, and we would like to support Chip Woolbright's suggestion of having yet one more working group to hash out some of the new items that have been brought up here or the suggestions for modifications. So we'd appreciate to see that. I'm here today representing the Salinas Valley Riders and Save Santa Barbara County Equestrian Trails, and we're focused on ensuring horseback riding and horseback related facilities and events are provided for in Santa Barbara County. I'd like to remind your commission that the county has only one public equestrian trail, the Live Oak Trail at Cachuma Recreation Area, while surrounding counties and communities provide several public equestrian trails and facilities. We are looking to the AEO to possibly fill the void and provide more horseback riding, horseback and horse-related events and learning opportunities on private farms and ranches. Horseback riding is one of the most agriculturally based proposed uses up for consideration in the AEO. Horses are a necessary tool in ranch operations, and horseback riding and horse breeding and training on agricultural grazing lands are grandfathered uses. Traditionally and culturally, horses are raised and ridden on ranches as part of cattle operations. Ranch and farm owners also enjoy recreating via horseback on their properties, traditionally in both the inland and the coastal zones. And that's where my comments are directed to today. Under the zoning clearance or land use permit for both the inland area and the county zone, coastal zone, please include in the uses examples of equestrian facilities allowed as boarding, training, and lesson facilities associated with horseback riding. It's desirable and often more productive for the rancher and farmer to have these equestrian facilities combined with and located near trails, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. Such facilities, such as barns and boarding facilities, attract horseback riders for trail riding and can provide camping and education experiences or opportunities such as horse husbandry, riding, and ranch skills. These activities, workshops, and clinics are necessary for horseback riding, rider and horse training, and education to work with livestock. Please add these to the list of examples. The boarding stable and our training facility or barn environment creates a strong social network for youth. Horse-related activities, more than most uses being proposed under the ordinance, meet the AEO objective to promote the orderly development of supplemental agricultural uses and agritourism that protect, promote, and support local agricultural operations and the county's agricultural economy. We believe the requirement for a minor conditional use permit or CUP in the coastal zone for fee-based rental of horses is a holdover to limit horses in more urban areas. Under the AEO, riding stables on Ag 2 lands may be considered a low-level and appropriate use. We suggest reducing horseback riding rentals and associated equestrian facilities and uses in both the inland and the coastal areas of the county to an exempt or zoning compliance LUP level of permitting. The county is seriously lacking in these agricultural and recreational facilities, and they are very much in demand. I also wanted to speak to trails, and I attended the CRATAC meeting, the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee meeting on Monday, and I believe they have also submitted a letter in regards to trails for the AEO as well, and we support their comments in those letters. However, we wanted to point out that there are restrictions on horseback riding trails being expanded, but there's no such thing on bicycles or e-bikes in the future. And we would propose that horseback riding, as it is cited in our letter, is actually one of the least impactful to wildlife, although we typically look at erosion and those types of processes. Wildlife and wildlife habitat are also, they warrant our consideration. And we should consider that if we're going to try to regulate trails. On the other hand, we think it would be better to allow trails where they're appropriate and make trails generic for all trail users and not single out horseback riders. That concludes my comments for today. And again, thank you all for the hard work you've put in on this document. It's incredible that so much has been put into it and is laid out in a fairly, I want to say, logical plan. And we appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're done with public comment, are we not?
Yes, Ms. Rosenthal was our last speaker.
Okay, so my suggestion is that we break for lunch. We come back, we ask what additional questions we might have right now of staff. I'd invite commissioners to think to what issues you think in particular need work and what your kind of initial impressions are. We have that discussion, and then we kind of figure out where we go from there. There may be somebody here who says, to heck with it, I just want to continue it right now and not do that. That wouldn't be my favor, but is there somebody here that wants to leave for lunch and not come back? No. Okay, then let's go with that plan. We'll leave for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. not, how do I tell? Now we're on. Okay. Welcome to the afternoon session of the December 13, 2023 Santa Barbara County Planning Commission hearing. And we're again dealing with the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance. We've had our public comment, so now we're at a stage where first we'll ask staff if there's something they want to add to their presentation based on what they heard in public comment. Then we'll go to Planning Commissioner questions and comments.
Mr. Chair? Could I address one question you had?
Whose voice that was. All right, please.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you had asked, I'm returning to SB 620.
Right.
You had asked what sort of accommodations you might find yourself in at a low impact camping area.
Right.
And as currently drafted, the bill applies to temporary sleeping accommodations, which is defined to include, but is not limited to, a tent, yurt, or recreational vehicle. It excludes commercial lodging facilities, which has the same definition as a hotel under the Civil Code. So the temporary sleeping accommodation under SB 620, which would be exempt from state permitting requirements, is not limited to tents. It includes yurts, RVs, and similar accommodations.
And so that phrase you're using is, what is it again? Not semi-permanent. It was temporary
sleeping accommodations.
Temporary sleeping accommodations. And then we know that a big piece of SB 620 is this carve out for low impact camping, which is 9 units or less. Is that definition different than the temporary sleeping accommodation?
So the definition of a low impact camping area is an area on private property that provides for the transient occupancy rental of a temporary sleeping accommodation.
Okay.
So it would only apply to a temporary sleeping accommodation, which is defined to include but not be limited to tent, yurt, or RV.
So if somebody came up with a 45-foot diesel pusher $1 million motorhome, that will be low impact camping.
As currently drafted.
Yeah, under the state. And if somebody puts up a yurt, we know some of those yurts at Kachuma are 35 feet wide. That's temporary and that's low impact, right? Okay. And then of course the things that some of us grew up on, sleeping on a tarp or in a backpacking tent, that is. Now, the kind of semi-permanent camping that Mr. Wilbrandt was referring to earlier, that are basically glorified park mod trailers or some kind of metamorphosis of those, is that a temporary sleeping accommodation that we plug into low impact camping?
Chair and Commissioners, the bill does not expressly address that type of accommodation. It would be a matter of interpretation whether that's more like a yurt or more like how the Civil Code defines hotel.
Yeah, and I think the puzzle there is, and I'm just thinking out loud, is we know that with park mods, and I would assume these other units that are related to them, they're inspected at the factory by HUD. There's kind of a preemption issue here under federal law and local law that they're already inspected. I remember having a long conversation with Masood about this, that they can actually qualify as permanent structures. And in fact, that's what some of the ADUs are essentially, is those kind of trailers. They'll knit them together. They're kind of made that way. And they stay on that steel chassis as their foundation. And so it's we're trying to distinguish, are those farm stays? Are they campground sites? Right now, under the draft ordinance, they appear to be possibly farm stays, also campground sites. And I'm just looking for a definition that allows me to talk about something besides those. And that's where it looked like low impact camping was going to be that thing. But if those are in fact part of low impact camping, we're going in circles.
Mr. Chair, I might just add to, in reading the draft bill of SB 620, it outlines all of those provisions that council had talked about and Ms. Harris had talked about. And if it were to pass, those would be the regulations would be in effect if a local agency didn't have their own incidental camping regulation. So it even in the current draft, it has a reference to or a local incidental camping ordinance. So that provision is still available if, there was interest to create a similar kind of framework for incidental camping. The decision makers could craft that with whatever their own limitations, either in terms of the type of amenities or numbers, other development standards that they want to apply to the ordinance.
Well, I think that's a very, very good point, because we could, in a sense, if we think that the line is not well drawn under the state law, we could draw our own line. But we might use that state law as a sort of a model. So for me personally, I'd probably say I kind of like the idea of a low impact camping category. Make sure there is some of that. And my line that I would draw would include certainly what we think of as traditional tent camping. And I would probably include RVs, but maybe as Ms. Citron went over, not those that are fully hooked up. And because I'm trying to keep something that ranchers can do cheaply and easily and work with Hip Camp and all that. But those RVs that are fully hooked up and yurts, and certainly the semi-permanent things I might have be on the other side of the line for how we define low impact camping. So I'm glad you pointed out that's something for us to talk about that we can do.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, yes.
I looked at SB 620, but isn't SB 620 for and I think it already saw it for urban areas, and isn't this proposal in response to that incident where that guy had a parcel, he put about 24 RVs on there, nobody could get rid of them, it turned into a toxic site. He had people living to the left, right, and behind him, and they couldn't do anything about it. So therefore, they were trying to develop something where people couldn't just say, well, it's just temporary, and this guy's going to move. And they were moving around the RVs within the parcel to try and say, oh, it's still temporary. It's not permanent. I think that's what the background of this incident about. I think it was in Los Angeles, Lancaster, somewhere in that area.
So, Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, in the draft of the bill, in terms of applicability, it lays out that these provisions would not apply in urban areas, but it would apply in rural areas, and then also has a caveat, and it would also not apply to rural parcels that are adjacent to urban areas on 3 sides of the parcel. So something that's really close to, butting to an urban area, but it's really intended to be for rural properties.
I saw that part, and I couldn't determine whether it was saying it applies to both of those, because it was talking about an urban area where you have development on each side, and I don't know if that was.
I think it was an exclusion. It was like those ones that you've had a parcel that was surrounded on 3 sides by urban, but then the other 4th side was in rural. Those would not.
Okay, I was reading it backwards then, is what was happening to me. Okay.
I was trying to remember how we started off on SB 620, and rolling back the videotape in my head, it goes back to Mr. Pettit's clarification. And so we didn't start with your presentation supplement, if you want to make one, and I'm pointing at staff. Am I correct?
If you're ready, yeah, we just have a few items we want to provide clarification.
We are. I just wanted to kind of have the meeting go in some order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also couldn't help but, taking a look at the SB 620 just while we were on the subject and noting that they also have a limitation on what they mean by transient occupancy, and that is not exceeding 14 consecutive nights per camper and not exceeding 28 nights per calendar year per camper. So that's also intended to address the issue of a site turning into some kind of long-term permanent residence camp. So going on to a couple of clarifications that we wanted to make after listening to public comment. There was a commenter who mentioned driving around the Santa Maria Valley and seeing the portable toilets all over the place for the farm workers, and said that looks an awful lot like a permanent use, not a temporary use. So why is it that they can have the portable toilets, but you couldn't have them at a campground? And the reason is that I checked with Mr. Johnston during the lunch break, and the reason is that there are OSHA and Cal OSHA field sanitation requirements, and they so a landowner, a farmer, is required to provide these for the farm workers, toilets and hand washing facilities located near each other and within a quarter-mile walk or 5 minutes of where the workers are working in the fields. And then often they put those on a trailer so that they can move them around as the farm workers move to different parts of the farm. And then I also wanted to clarify, I think one commenter thought they heard Environmental Health Services say that they would allow portable toilets for campgrounds, and that is not what was communicated. So the environmental health and campgrounds are still considered a permanent use, and so they would not be allowed to have a portable toilet under the current county code and the LAMP. They could be, in conversations we've had with Mr. Johnston before, they would consider allowing portable toilets temporarily for a campground use to start and getting off the ground while the landowner is going through the process of getting permits for a permanent on-site wastewater treatment system. So to allow portable toilets would actually require the Board of Supervisors to direct environmental health to change the code and to change the LAMP, to amend those documents to allow them.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Did you have other things you wanted to highlight?
No, Mr. Chair, we're available to answer any questions that you may have of us, but those are the main points we wanted to clarify.
Okay, and now we're going to let the commissioners speak, but not quite yet. There's a threshold issue I think we should address first, and that is the suggestion that there be a joint meeting of the Planning Commission and the Agricultural Advisory. Is it commission or committee? Committee? Yeah. And that I thought that should be addressed first, because if there was going to be one, then we would need to continue this hearing, and no one would be looking to going until 8 o'clock tonight or something, coming up with a final draft ordinance that we'll think we've got in concept, and then direct staff to come back with a rewritten version. And so I think we should address that threshold question first. Are we going to continue this meeting so we can accommodate something with the Ag Advisory Committee? I would actually like to speak first to that. And I'm just going to, I am in favor of a joint meeting of sorts. I've attended a few formal joint meetings. They're always clumsy and awkward and time consuming, and even difficult to figure out how to do in format. I did one that was up at Lake Cachuma at the conference center there, and CRATAC sat on one side, and Parks Commission sat on the other side.
we never did figure out the audiovisual equipment quite right and staffing and so forth. So I don't want a true formal joint meeting, but I'd like to have a meeting of the Planning Commission on our calendar in which the entire Ag Advisory Committee is invited to attend, and we run it as a meeting where we give them very liberal allowance to speak, and we speak back and forth, kind of workshop-wise. So it's kind of like a joint meeting, and we even set up the room to the degree we could, so they all have a same place to sit down. Maybe staff gets booted off of that table, and they sit down there. So I'm sort of in favor of it, but not truly a literal joint meeting. But I'd like to hear what other commissioners have to say. And I'll ask staff too at the right point. Any let's see, Commissioner Reed.
I actually, over the weekend, spent a great deal of time kind of pondering this ordinance and the players, and yeah, I'd come to the conclusion that we definitely needed to form some sort of a working group between the principal stakeholders, those that will be affected by this ordinance and who are hoping to see a positive outcome, as well as the commission and staff, because the more we talk about it, the thing that's becoming increasingly obvious to me, the main potential stumbling block, which would keep this ordinance from really yielding the promise that it could afford, is, well, the setback issue. We have a very diverse agricultural community here, and then requirements and needs for vegetable growers in the North and Mid-County are far different than the situation faced by vineyards and cattle grazers. To the row crop farmers, setbacks are vital to their operations, and they absolutely have to be in place, whereas completely different situation in small and irregularly shaped vineyard properties in the Santa Ynez Valley. So I really think all the principals need to have an opportunity, or at least the Ag Advisory Committee, which represents many of the principals, really need to be able to sit down and come up with a workable plan to accommodate the needs of those setbacks, where row crop producers get the protection that's vital to their operation, but also accommodates the needs of grape growers and cattle ranchers. And I think one of the things you could look at would be so simple as, look what's on the other side of the fence. If you're vineyard next to vineyard, are those big setback rules really appropriate or necessary? Same thing if you have grazing operation next to grazing or grazing next to vineyard. It only begins to get complicated when you have some other sort of operation next to vegetable growers. So yes, I'm fully in support of that. And there's just one other thing I'd like to bring out. Earlier on, I sent some publications from the Leafy Green Growers Agreement, which is what governs a lot of the best practices among the row crop growers. Sent that out to the other commissioners just to, well, first I was looking for some sort of a proof source to support setbacks. But then I also came across some of the best practices in those situations in which a contamination event is identified, just to acquaint people with the very rigorous, confounding, potentially costly procedures that would have to be enacted up to and including total loss of the crop. So again, just to reiterate, it's very serious business for row crop growers, and certainly something that needs to be accommodated. Years ago, when I first got into all of this land use issues, I was involved with oil. And one of the things that's quite obvious, a lot of people who were in cattle ranching and other things relied on supplemental income from oil operations on their property, those royalties which allowed them to maintain their cattle operations by supplementing their income. Well, not everyone enjoys the benefit of having oil production, and that's why many of these ranchers, farming operations are really in need of supplemental income that this program could offer, income that could allow them to stay in things such as cattle grazing, things like that, instead of having to switch to more disruptive and more intensive types of agriculture, like vineyards or row crops. So I guess this is just a very long way of stating that I 100% endorse forming a working group to try to accommodate the needs of the very diverse ag community, both to ensure safety and integrity of row crop operations, but producing the greatest accessibility to the benefits of this program for vineyards. And we need to cherish the contributions of all ag in the county. And hopefully by working together in such a group, we can come up with a program that will help accommodate those. So,
do you have a position with regard to having a formal joint meeting with AAC? I mean, it sounds to me like you want to, you would agree that we should continue this so we get their input and or anybody else in that working group. But do you have an opinion as to whether it needs to be a formal meeting?
I'd rather it be in a format like you suggested, a little less formal, something that can be, non-threatening and invite the maximum amount of input from all participants.
Sounds good. Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have had a chance to think about this issue, and I recall on several occasions during the time I've been on the Planning Commission that the Ag Advisory Committee, surprisingly several members of which have been on for a long time, are very valuable to share their ideas, either determined collectively or individually with the Commission. The question, as I understand it, is what should be the makeup of that passing of information, and I don't support the idea of a joint meeting. There are lots of technical issues that involve our Planning Commission meetings that are not necessary to share information, but I would like to throw our support for any and all testimony that the members of the committee can share with us on these issues that have been and will be raised. It would be foolhardy to not encourage them to come, and I hope that they would be willing to do that in other than a formal joint meeting subject to our requirements. I also think that we have many advisory committees that weigh in on Planning Commission matters either formally or informally, such as the Boards of Architectural Review. I wouldn't want to single out one of our advisory committees to have a joint meeting with and then not be willing to do so with all the rest, and quickly it would become unmanageable. So I'm worried about the precedential effect of agreeing to a joint meeting.
Mr. Chair. It's council. If I may, before you get too much further down the road here, I just wanted to advise the commission that the Ag Advisory Committee is itself a Brown Act body, which puts limitations on a majority of its members participating collectively as a body outside of an agendized Brown Act meeting. I did pull up their bylaws or their procedures, which might be helpful. They do allow for the committee to designate an official designee, either the chair or vice chair or someone else, to attend non-AAC hearings to speak on behalf of that body. So their bylaws do allow for that. But I did want to caution this commission that they are a Brown Act meeting that would have to comply with Brown Act requirements if they were meeting as a majority of their members.
How many members do they have? I mean, we're 3 out of 5, so what are they? Yeah.
Chair and commissioners, looks like about 12. I'm not sure if all the positions are filled currently.
So if their chair came and spoke with us and then 6 others spoke in public comment, is that a Brown Act violation by them?
Mr.
Potentially.
Chair and commissioners, this
To
is something
advise against. I don't want to make you judge
I would
the
like
jury
to
as well.
Yeah, I'd like to look into this a little bit more. I just wanted to caution at this point that that we do have to be mindful of the Brown Act.
Yeah, I think that's a point well taken. And it might come down to my question that may seem semi-facetious. I mean, if we ask, hey, send 5 people that know what you're all talking about, and that should avoid a Brown Act problem, and we can sit you right there. You each have your own chair, and we'll meet with you in a workshop format. That might work, but I don't know. Commissioner Bradley.
I think that all of our commissions have subcommittees or ad hoc committees, so that might be a solution where you communicate with Mr. Van Leer and say, can you just establish an ad hoc committee so that it participates? And I know we did that during the cannabis ordinance too. We actually had more than one person attend along with the ag commissioners. So I think it's really important that we do have a discussion with them, guessing that they would be happy establishing an ad hoc committee to participate so that we stay under the 6, Brown Act issue. And I think that's a great idea to continue it to that kind of a discussion.
And Mr. Chair, just if you feel it's appropriate, Mr. Van Leer has his hand up.
Oh, on the Zoom. Okay. Mr. Van Leer, what do you think? But we're going to let Commissioner Martinez speak at some point because he'll have to chair this breeding of a rabbit and a dog or whatever you call it.
I'm like the old, I'd rather be the old owl just looking upon and learning from what's going on first.
Okay. You'd like to call in sick that day, I think is what you want to do. All right, Mr. Van Leer.
Yes, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners, I appreciate your discussion. We can call a special meeting at any time under our bylaws. So we can call the meeting as a regular AAC meeting, but it would be a joint meeting. So what you're concerned about is not an issue as far as the Brown Act rules apply. Whatever works best for you, we would go along with it, but we would still prefer to have a joint meeting. And again, in the past, we have done those. It worked fairly well. I could think at least 3 different occasions that we had joint meetings, and they ran pretty smoothly. We had a good communication, back and forth information. I think one of them was at the Gaviota Coast one time. So anyway, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Well, you realize that what I want, and it's going to be more important what Mr. Martinez wants and the whole planning commission, I'd like it to be on the normal planning commission calendar with all the noticing and everything that we're already doing for this ordinance. And I'd like the chairman of the planning commission to run the meeting and have the same staffing that we have. And so it looks like a planning commission hearing, but I want to accommodate AAC in whatever way we possibly can. If that means you can all sit together and huddle and call that a special meeting, I suppose maybe that works. I don't know. Mr. Pettit, you solve this.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Oh, Mr. Tuttle.
Before we hear from council.
Yeah.
Another option to consider would be to have Ag Advisory Committee identify a few of their members, perhaps one representing the vintners, one the row crop folks, and one ranching operations, and have them work with staff between now and the next planning commission meeting and sit through and talk through ideas that we could then come back to your planning commission at the next meeting and perhaps be accompanied by those same individuals or one designee from Ag Advisory Committee and approach it that way. In essence.
Mr. Van Leer, back to you. What are you liking at this point?
That would be fine. Like we could utilize our subcommittee, which we currently have, meet with staff, and work out the details, work through some of them, and then come all together. But that would be our second choice. But again, a first choice would be a joint meeting. But whatever you prefer, that'd be fine. The main thing is we want to be available to help you, guide you through all this, with our expertise and our different organizations.
Well, we want that. We want your expertise that's as diverse as possible, but we also want you speaking with one voice. So we get one message, and that's a good way to do it in some fashion. Okay, I think we've thrashed that grain as much as we can. And I think that tells us that we're not going to finish this today and give you ultimate direction, staff. We're going to have some kind of a meeting. Getting back to the projection report, which I think I missed. What do we have in January that's sort of open, Mr. Tuttle?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, both agendas on in January 10th and January 31st are fairly open at this point. We only have one item on the 10th and 2 items on the 31st. So both would have space on the agenda to bring this back.
And what's the item on the 10th?
The 10th is some housing bill ordinance package updates that we're bringing to you to comply with state law.
Yeah.
The 31st is the CIP annual conformity review and one energy project.
Okay. All right. The 10th sounds best to me because it won't have public comment on a contested matter. And we would have some expectation of what it'll be LRP given that presentation, right? Yeah. And I would suspect that'll take, what do you think, an hour and a half or less?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yeah, that item is only scheduled for 1 hour.
Yeah, that seems reasonable enough. Well, I think that continuing this matter to the 10th, and we'll call it a planning commission hearing. It will be a planning commission hearing, and some of us, and maybe not even me, will work out the best way to accommodate the involvement of the Ag Advisory Committee. And I kind of like Commissioner Bridley's idea. Have a smaller than 12 people group made into a subcommittee, which they ostensibly already have, and have that group come as a whole to ours, and we'll give them some sort of special treatment in how they speak and whatnot. And but we'll have real time back and forth, which I think would be a good thing here. Now, all of staff appears concerned at one time, so that means something. I don't know what.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this is becoming both a scheduling and legal issue, and so
legal.
I will address the legal as best I can. The Ag Advisory Committee, I understand, has a scheduled meeting tomorrow, but they wouldn't be able to agendize any action to form the subcommittee.
They have a subcommittee that's already formed, and it already signed a letter. I'm not arguing with you, just inform you. And just who is on that and how that subcommittee operates has been a little bit of a mystery to some of its members. But that's kind of their business. They formed it, and they can substitute people in and out. as they wish, I would think. So maybe that gets around the legal issue. What do you think?
Mr. Chair, I do not advise the Ag Advisory Committee. This is where we're getting into the scheduling issue. I just wanted to point out that if you were going to schedule the hearing for the 10th with the expectation that they would be able to send specific designees, I'm not sure that they're set up for that, but as you said, that's something for them and their council to work through.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think we need a formal motion right now on that, but I don't see how it would hurt either, because we can still keep discussing this to the degree that people want to, even once we continue it for further hearing for the 10th.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I don't believe a formal motion is necessary at this time. We can save that until the end of the hearing today.
Okay, well, then that's fine. So it looks like we have agreement on that particular issue. And now let's highlight for staff some issues that on your minds or whatever questions you have. And so it'll help us get further work done in the holiday season. I have a number, but I'm sure the rest of you do too. So who wants to go first?
I just have one.
We'll go for it. Commissioner Bradley?
Yeah, it has to do with, you know, for folks that have winery permits now, and there are already members of the public coming to the winery and consuming things. Presumably fire access and environmental health and everything is already looked at increased intensity of use on a farm as a result of the winery permit. So is there any way to make that simpler than something that's envisioned, especially since like food service was dropped out of the winery function? So I guess it's confusing to me, the permit path. You know, if I was going to get a winery tasting room permit and I already went through P&D and I have that for my winery at Buttonwood or at whatever, and I wanted to have more people for a farm to table dinner or something else, but my facility has already been updated in terms of building codes and parking lot and fire access and all that stuff, how doesn't that sort of capture some of these uses that are called out in AEO? And how is there any way we can capture it there just by amending the winery permit that's already existing? Sorry, I thought it was a simpler question. Sorry. But do people understand what I'm trying to get at? Not really.
I don't exactly, but it seemed interesting.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, I'll take a stab at least what I heard parts in it. I heard parts of it. So one part, you were talking about food service and the amenities that they presumably may already have because of the winery tasting room or some other things. So right now, sort of the history of food service related to wineries has been sketchy at best, at least in terms of codification of what they can and cannot do. So sometimes in a permit, some permits are approved for a catering kitchen, and then over time, certain types of food they were being provided to the people at tasting rooms. But in the LUDC, it doesn't expressly say what type of food service can be provided. And so that was one of the objectives in line with, during the COVID restrictions. And Julie can add more context to this, but my understanding also part of the resolution that allowed them to do the food service was also related to bars that were allowed to remain open during COVID if they provided food. Right. And so to provide that same benefit to the wineries and tasting rooms so that they could stay open and stay viable, that was part of the resolution. And then since the governor's resolution has expired, we've locally continued our local ordinance, emergency ordinance for economic recovery. So our ordinance for the incidental food at winery tasting rooms comes at it from the anticipated different kind of EHS permits. You know, there's things that are clearly exempt, then kind of the first tier of when a permit may come, and then along the way. But from a land use perspective, I think the key things that we're trying to do is tie that food service to the permitted winery tasting room. Certainly, I agree that they probably, many, talking with Jason, already have public water systems. They have wastewater to accommodate their visitors. So there may be instances based on the size of their existing tasting room and what they want to do. They may want to have a host facility kitchen, and they may need to amend their permit to add 200 square feet to their tasting room to accommodate that. You know, that would just be a companion permit amendment. But as far as the food service itself, that's certainly within the discretion of your commission in terms of should it just rely upon check that they've gone through environmental health to get the appropriate permit, as long as from a land use perspective, we're tying that food to the tasting room itself. It's not food for, you know, somebody that's driving down 246 that sees a catering truck and just wants to come in and serve it. I mean, I think from a land use, that's one of the issues. So in the draft ordinance, it breaks out the potential zoning tiers for those different food facilities, but certainly, you know, it's well within your recommendation to say, you know, maybe it's a zoning clearance for all of them as long as they're getting the compliance with environmental health for the appropriate permit. And if they need to get another land use permit or amend their development plan, that's their decision. If they need to, you know, expand their tasting room, that's kind of a separate issue. Doesn't need to be tied into our tiers.
Okay, that helps. I guess my point is we have a lot of wineries out there that are already more intense than maybe a row crop farm, right? So I'm thinking of Fess Parker, Buttonwood, you know, LaFond, all kinds of places that already have a winery tasting room permit. The world at the county already expected the public to go to that facility / vineyard. So it seems, is there an easier way to make this work for the wineries by just amending their tasting room permit as opposed to having them go through the process under the AEO? Or would it be duplicative, or would you need to do both?
Well, Commissioner Bridley, through the chair, I think what we've tried to do initially drafting, and in part following what we had proposed in the tables, there is a proposed exempt level that would be very similar to the exempt level for the Ag 2 that does not have a winery. And that's the very low level kinds of foods that are not necessarily going to have the need for getting the food facility permits, you know, like the prepackaged foods that are, you know, non-hazardous, or prepackaged meals that come from an off-site kitchen that are prepared somewhere off-site, or food trucks. And then we have a zoning clearance, the second level up, which is basically saying provision of foods that exceed those allowed under the exempt option. And so that's, but I think the key is tying it to the permitted tasting room, the permitted hours of operation, and using the facility that they have. And then if they needed to make changes to their facility, that, you know, raises the question of, do they need to change their development plan? And, you know, there's those three kind of tiers of review for the development plan. You first look at a substantial conformity determination. Does the change comply with that? You go that route. Then you look at the next tier, the amendment. You know, if it doesn't comply for, qualify for substantial conformity, you look at an amendment. If it doesn't qualify that, then you're in a revision. But that's got to be a major change that they'd be proposing to their operation or their buildings.
So we're talking a lot about just food. What about if a winery wants to have, the farm-to-table dinner in the vineyard? But because the site already has a parking lot and a fire plan and building code stuff, does it make any more sense? Is it any more efficient for them to amend their winery permit in any one of those methods versus doing an AEO path?
Well, Commissioner Briley, through the chair, the farm-to-table dinners fall under the events. And so the winery ordinance has a set of regulations with regards to events at wineries. And so the wineries can follow the winery regulations. Most of the wineries already have permits that establish what kind of events they can have or how many and where per year. And so the Ag Enterprise Ordinance does not intend and wasn't proposed to address winery events. So those would just stay where they are, and any changes they want to do would fall under those events.
Okay.
There's nothing to be sorry for. You're going right to the heart of what's problematic in this ordinance for staff and winery people, and some of those have the greatest investment in what will change with the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. So it's absolutely a central issue. In fact, I think it's such a brilliant thing to talk about. I want to talk about it too. When there was discussion years ago, Commissioner Briley, about the points you're bringing up, how to address it. Do this be addressed in amendment of permits, change of the winery ordinance, or the Ag Enterprise Ordinance? And sometimes you have to kind of grab the horse and jump on it that's running by you. And what we had there was a farm stay ordinance was on the move, and Ag Enterprise Ordinance, which was then called ag tiering, was going to be happening. They weren't really staffed up yet. That used to be a discussion of, okay, when is this going to get staffed? And we had a private consultant doing some of the staffing and so forth. And I think that for a lot of folks, and I'm one of them, it looked like better to deal with as much of this as possible in the Ag Enterprise Ordinance than in trying to take on revising the winery ordinance, which wasn't even on anybody's work list. Okay, so that's just that practical matter. And we have the landowners. It's a major theme in this whole discussion. We're talking about not wanting to have discretionary hearings, wanting to avoid CUPs, wanting to avoid amending permits and all that because they saw it as expensive, time-consuming, unpredictable what the outcomes would be. What they were hoping was legislation that would have predictable outcomes and things like exemptions, ZCs, and even LUPs that would be much less expensive to do. So it kind of pushed it all into, let's do what we can under the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, and that some of these issues are strictly winery issues, but some of them are not. The incidental food service goes somewhat beyond the wineries because you'll have some farm stays and other places that'll want to do incidental food. I've got to chuckle about this. A lot of folks just talked about how vague that term is, incidental food service. Well, blame me. We, at that advisory committee I had formed on farm stays, started approaching this, and we had to come up with a word. And we did. And Mary Hayden, who's right there, she wrote a memo that we worked on, and then we sent that memo to long-range planning, and they basically incorporated that in their staff letter to the board that went up on December 17th, 2020. And I remember it very well because I was bringing lambs home from Sonora in my station wagon, and I was listening to that hearing at the same time. And we deliberately chose a term that was indicated what we were getting at, but was somewhat vague because it was something that policymakers and landowners needed to work out the details, and it's just what we're doing here. And it's just like Ms. Harris has said, well, incidental food service doesn't sound like a 30-page menu. It doesn't seem like it should be something that goes until 2 in the morning. You know, it shouldn't be a 500-seat restaurant. It needs to be kind of like a wine tasting thing where they allow food. And we're doing our best, and staff's done its best to make it more concrete. So we will admit that it's vague, and I'll take responsibility for that, but you guys fix it. But one reason I wanted to talk about it further, though, was there is a lot of consternation among the wine industry, and it's been for a couple of years, about kitchens. And it surprised me because I remember talking at great length with Director Plowman about this in December of 2021 and January 2022. And then she talked about it at great length with Mr. Lackey, Ms. Harris, and I think Mr. Clement at the time, on how those tables would look and so forth. And we interpreted the tables to mean that you could have a commercial kitchen, okay, if you had the other than exempt permitting level, you know, I mean, and this would be at wineries, okay, but some winery owners and their agents have said no, that this table says no, we can't have commercial kitchens for this incidental food service. I don't know. I keep reading the same language. I guess it's could be more explicit, but it seems to me it does allow a commercial kitchen facility to be used at certain permit levels at a winery. So that's, I'm looking at Mr. Lackey and Ms. Harris. Am I right, or are they right? The winery people that think it's wrong.
Mr. Chair, so I think something people should do now that there is draft language is start looking at the draft language.
As opposed to the tables.
As opposed to the tables. The table's a summary.
Yeah.
And it was put together to summarize the basic components of the project description in order to be able to have a stable description that we could do environmental review for, do the analysis. And with that having been done, we started drafting ordinance language, and we looked at we started with the tables, we looked at the development standards that came out of the draft EIR, and then we had to just look at some of these other uses and look at how the existing ordinance is set up, how this proposed ordinance should work to flesh out all of those details. And as you know, the devil is in the details when you're writing an ordinance. And so for the food service at wineries, we have these two levels, with the lowest one being the really simple food, which I think is where the wine industry, they're looking at that exempt level because I think that's what they would like to do. And they're seeing the food service, the types of foods that are proposed to be allowed under the exemption would be very simple types of food that really wouldn't require the need to have a kitchen. And I think they look at that and they see, oh, we can't have a kitchen. They just see that as not allowed. There is the zoning clearance tier where it's very flexible. It would allow any type of food to be provided that's not under the exemption. So that would allow whatever kitchen facilities are necessary to prepare the food that they would like to serve as part of their winery tasting room food service. So there is that flexibility, but it's under a zoning clearance permit. And so that may be where some of the disconnect is. The tables didn't go into that level of detail.
But you know, your language tracks exactly what several of us have been talking about, including Director Plowman and myself, for a couple of years on how to interpret those tables and what would be appropriate, because you're addressing right now the difference between an exemption and a zoning clearance. And I might as well touch on that just generally because
Mr. Chair, I have to step in. I think we're wandering a lot and getting further from our goal, which is to leave here with some notion of what staff can do to bring back here an ordinance acceptable to the people who are out there, and if that's even possible. And I think we're using up valuable time not going forward. So if it's just going to be you, because of your experience working on this, as well as your district working with staff, I think that could be very productive to bring back to the commission. But I don't think we're going to be able to answer all the speakers that said, we don't like this part of the ordinance, we don't like that part of the ordinance. You know, we are better off now than we would be under that. So I'd like to see some direction before we just keep going around in the circles. One commissioner's perspective of where we are.
I hear you. I was just about done on ZCs in this regard. And it's because of the volume of people outside these hearings that keep pushing on this issue. It's just one to get kind of where we are on it. And we've got an answer that's very good from staff that I hope will allay a lot of those concerns. The ZC, if I may just finish, a ZC means zoning clearance that staff will get a look at each project as it comes in, and we can have data that it exists. And that's why I favor it over an exemption. And I think something where you're going to be putting in kitchens and capital improvements can warrant better than an exemption. But I'm done on that.
Mr. Chair, if I might just add something about the zoning clearance. Just again, the zoning clearance is the lowest level permit that the department issues. There is no noticing for a zoning clearance, and there is no appeal period. So it does address some of the concerns people have with our land use permit and above, which requires that there be notice to neighbors and that there is an appeal process open to neighbors. And I think that's one of the things that they're very concerned with, because it adds significant amounts of time to the process.
Well, I think we've dealt with this incidental food service question as far as we need to today. But let's get to those other issues that Commissioner Cooney is referring to. And that could include things like the buffer zones that got a lot of play. And we also dealt with habitation styles, but other issues. What do you see as issues you want to learn more about today, if you can? I'm speaking to fellow commissioners, and get staff to work on further.
If I may.
Yes, Commissioner Martinez.
Well, I'm just going to say it this way in regards to staff, and this is just my interpretations of what's going on, and I think you can help me. And hearing everything that's going on, we hear about the buffer zones automatically from an ag perspective. I don't think, I may be wrong, but I think this is where people are getting confused as stuff. You see ag enterprise. I'm thinking that the buffer zones that we're talking about only apply in certain situations, that where somebody wants to have these incidental food areas or camping areas. It's not going to be a buffer zone that's going to be necessarily applied or will be applied at all to a row crop area where they're not doing anything. They're just simply farming. And I think that will clarify a lot for the general public, because that's what I hear from some of the farmers. And in that sense, then I think the only thing in regards to buffers would be is obviously if a winery is next to a row crop area, the buffer zone shouldn't be flipped to the row crop area is what I'm getting at. These are the kind of concerns that are coming to me, which I think if you just highlight them, it'll really help things. The more I hear about this is that this is an ordinance which is going to apply where somebody is not just having a ranch, they want to have something more, something incidental, you know, a camping zone, educational area, an event. It could be those Spartan events, whatever in relation to it, but that kind of incident, which is just not all the time. And from what I'm hearing, and I think this just needs some clarifications, is that the struggle with the food situation seems to be is event versus everyday incidental food. an event is something more than incidental food, and we're not looking at something where somebody says, well, I'm going to put a restaurant, which is a lot more than that. That's every day we are serving an event food in a sense. And that's what I'm hearing. So if I get clarifications on that, that really helps me. And I think I'm hearing more clarification, but in regards to buffer zones, that would probably be the biggest one in regards to me. Thank you.
Certainly, Commissioner Martinez through the chair. For the buffer, or for the recommended setbacks that we're talking about, the intent is that setback is going to be on the property of the landowner who's proposing the use. And so if it's a landowner, it could be grazing or cultivated land that may be proposing a campground. That setback to the campground would be from the adjoining properties, whatever we decide on and whatever length of setback. It's not being applied in any way on the adjacent production agriculture or grazing that's not participating in the use. So hopefully that's clear that it really is just being applied to the AEO use property. And I believe your second question may have been talking about incidental food as, and I wasn't exactly sure what your question was related to incidental food.
What I'm getting at is that it seems like if somebody wants to have food on their wineries seem to be at the epitome. In fact, I really agree with what the first speaker here today, the public speaker, was saying. There's different categories. It seems like a ranch is going to have a different situation than a winery, versus a farm. And that seems to be highlighted in regards to wineries, which we all experience. Those who have a kitchen would like to probably obviously use that kitchen on site. It makes sense. Those who don't have a kitchen would still like to have food available for those who are enjoying their wines, which makes sense. So that's why I'm kind of just thinking things through my mind, is that's what this is trying to address, and that's where that variance comes from in regards to what kind of food is going to be available. You got all these trucks. That's why I'm just looking for confirmation from you, is that's what the struggle is right now in regards to the ordinance, of just making it clear for people. That's the concept, at least.
Yeah, Commissioner Martinez through the chair, I think as Ms. Harris had kind of characterized, at least for incidental food at the tasting room, it's putting in language that basically says you can do broad spectrum of food that's tied to the tasting room. Put the big R restaurant thing over here. We're still just but it's still the broad. It could be just pre-made sandwiches that you bought from a local bakery and you're selling them there, or if the applicant wants to do something more and they may have to get a higher level food facility permit, that food that they could do with that type of permit would be allowed. Really, it's just right now proposed to be two distinct categories, either the non-hazardous food, prepackaged stuff that would be clearly exempt, or potentially everything else would be a zoning clearance. And that zoning clearance may just be check the box, because the main thing they're going to have to do is likely get the appropriate environmental health food facility permit as part of that zoning clearance, and we're just checking the box. So I think we're responding to the desires to have at least that flexibility if that vintner wants to do a, it's not the appropriate term, but commercial kitchen, that's sort of the colloquial term. They would just have to go through the appropriate environmental health permit. And right now, whatever food that they could do with that type of facility would be proposed to be allowed through our ordinance language provisions.
And then I appreciated the county fire department being here, because obviously to me, and I do see it, is that though in farm situations where they have a big, let's say, barn or something, they're starting to have events, and these events are being held with large crowds, and it may not meet what we would want, for safety's sake, where the doors, I've seen some where the doors open the wrong way, so God forbid if something happens there, it's not opening out, it's opening back in. So those are the things that you're trying to address here by saying, look, if you want to do that, let's just go through the proper procedure and let's just do it right.
Commissioner Martinez, correct. I think, as you heard from County Fire, I mean, that's really the main purpose is landowners are inviting the public onto their property for a great event. I would love to have a farm to table dinner in a barn, and I think most people would, and we're all supportive of that, but we want to make sure that, you know, and there's a expectation of that they're attending that property and there aren't any hazards. And so it is those type of repurposing of those structures that, depending upon what it was previously, and many times, because if it's not associated with the winery, maybe some of the winery buildings may be more appropriate, or I just have minor repurposing, needs, but certainly there's both building and fire code requirements for occupancy that we want to ensure public safety.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reed? Two areas. First, I've looked around, and actually in attachment D, page 4, I find a definition of incidental food that I find to be pretty satisfactory. As it says, the provision of food shall be secondary, incidental, and subordinate to the primary agricultural use of the premises and winery tasting room operations, including tasting, sales, and education. Incidental food service shall not be operated as a food service establishment independent of the ag enterprise use. So only operates during those hours. And to me, if the owner wants to go to the expense of putting in an approved facility to actually create those food items from their raw materials on site, or whether or not they would like to have them prepared at some remote location and transported there under plastic, I think they should have the ability to do which either one is of their choosing, as long as that food remains, as it said here, secondary to the tasting room operation, just as something that's offered in addition to that. Now, my apologies, I'm the new guy. I hate to keep going back to something that might sound like I'm a broken record, but I think what would be a great advantage is, and I do appreciate your work with respect to the portable restrooms, finding out that that's actually a requirement, not permanent, and follows the ag operation to wherever they're working that particular day. But now to get back to this, with respect to the setback, before I came here, I looked in the PEIR at the zones of the county that are Ag 1 and Ag 2, and it appeared to me, although I didn't have an overlay of where the vineyards are, in the Santa Ynez Valley, the vineyards to which the setback requirements are very onerous. Is that area zoned primarily Ag 1? Whereas most vineyards in the North County are zoned Ag 2. And in my mind, and again, I'm new, I don't yet know all the reasons things can't be done. I'm more at the stage where I look at things that aren't being done and wonder why not. Could that, if they're located in Ag 1, could that possibly give those vineyards, which are on small places compared to the North County folks, could that be used to give them some respite from those rather extreme seeming to them setback requirements? Let's face it, North County, most vineyards are on big piece of property. They have ample room. They might border vegetable crop, but they have a lot of room to get away from it. Where in Santa Ynez Valley, probably much less likely they're going to be next to a sensitive receptor, a vegetable crop, and they don't have as much room to get away from it. So could that be used as some way of providing them an accommodation?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair. So in general, the first question in terms of just kind of where vineyards in the Santa Ynez Valley are in terms of zoning, They're both in Ag 1 and Ag 2. I mean, very simply, you kind of think of the triangle between Los Olivos, all the way down Alamo Pintado, 246 out to 154, and then back up. That kind of triangle area is a mix of equestrian. There's some open field ag closer to Los Olivos and some vineyards, smaller vineyards. All of the zoning within that triangle is generally Ag 1. And so none of the AEO uses would be allowed on those A1 zone properties except for the incidental food at permitted wineries that are on Ag 1. So like Buttonwood, Buttonwood's Ag 2, sorry, but some of the other wineries like along Alamo Pintado, if they have a tasting room, they would be able to take it. The only thing they would be able to take advantage of was the incidental food allowances through AEO.
Okay.
So the setbacks, but would probably only come into play for those ones that may be immediately adjacent to an Ag 2 property. So if you had an Ag 1 property next to an Ag 2 property, and that Ag 2 property wanted to do a campground or something, you want to look at the appropriate setback between, as we're talking about, that it's kind of going to be the driver of this variable setback approach. Is it production agriculture? Is it vineyard? Is it grazing? So, but in terms of just kind of land use and zoning, most of that inner rural area, well, all of it, they only would be able to do the incidental food.
Okay, so could you design a system where those large setbacks are triggered only in the case the neighboring property is a sensitive receptor, like row crop ag? Because it's my impression there's not a great deal of row crop ag in the valley there, but maybe I've just been missing it.
I would say you're probably correct in general. I mean, there are some in pockets along Alamo Pintado, but going back to the variable setback, and we'll probably dust this off when we do meet with Ag Advisory Working Group and bring it back to you. But several of you commissioners were here when the county went through the process to adopt the Ag Buffer Ordinance. And it's sort of a close corollary that we can look at where what eventually was adopted was a variable setback. And in this case, it was applying to urban uses that might be immediately adjacent to a rural ag property. And the setback would have to be on that urban use. And so if there was a minimum setback if it was adjacent to grazing and a minimum setback if it was adjacent to productive agriculture. There's a lot of other qualifiers, but at least it's an existing approach that's in our zoning ordinance in terms of looking at use compatibility in different types of agriculture. So that certainly is one thing that we can have a discussion with the AAC on.
I'm just looking for a way, for insofar as possible, growers to get what they need. And I know that the wine producers down there, they need to enhance visits, the wine tasting experience, and enhance their sales out of their tasting room and their vineyard, which is much more financially rewarding than palletizing wine and sending it to Costco. So we really need to help them enhance that experience and survive and really express the higher end experience that people get from coming here than by driving farther north or farther south. Thank you.
How does the term spot zoning apply to the discussion of variable setbacks? Because it appears that many of the public speakers, most of them have favored the idea of a variable setback, even those that proposed it for the row crop industry. And I think it's found support among planning commissioners. But I have heard from staff that might be spot zoning. Are you concerned about that?
I don't believe our staff was concerned about that as a setback being variable between different uses. As I was mentioning, that's essentially part of the basis of the adopted Ag Buffer Ordinance. You have to have additional applicability defining when and how that gets applied. So it's objective, and which will be important for the landowner and for staff. But I wouldn't consider that spot zoning in the traditional sense where you're having, changing zoning that's completely different than surrounding zoning. This is more of a standard that would apply to certain circumstances.
Okay, so in looking for solutions to deal with setbacks, we can look at variable setbacks.
I think, yeah, that was sort of Ms. Harris's presentation, probably the best pathway where we can kind of dive our teeth in and get input from the ag community and the commissioners on how would we do that and what would be appropriate balance. But in terms of the tool, that would be staff's recommendation to pursue that versus looking at an overlay that has a lot of challenges in being, ability to have it being effective and applicable.
Mr. Chair, if I might add, I think what we're trying to say is you can do the variable setbacks because you look at what are the resources you're trying to protect, what are the land use conflicts that you're trying to prevent. And I think what you've been hearing from the ag community is, row crop, food crop growers are very concerned about conflicts of having people really close by where there's all sorts of potential impacts that could contaminate their crop or potentially contaminate it, and then they'd have to lose a large portion of their crop if that were to happen. And that's different from putting an ag enterprise use on a property that's adjacent to another ranch property. Something else that the setbacks can address are some of the noise issues that come from events in particular where you're more likely to find amplified sound. Of course, your commission could decide to not allow amplified sound. That's always another option, but that's not what staff has put into the ordinance. And a setback is an idea for the noise issue because sound attenuates over distance. And although commenters have said, well, we already have this standard that your noise can't exceed 65 decibels at the property line, but that's a lot harder to measure than just a setback. You need a sound meter to confirm that somebody's complying with that standard. But if you have a setback that is known to attenuate the sound, then the sound won't reach that level because you've set it back far enough. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is we also have had comments from the city of Goleta in particular, where they have Ag 2 zone that abuts the city boundaries that has residential zoning districts. And so there's a potential for that noise impact to occur on those adjacent residential properties.
Have we had any problem with the setbacks under the winery ordinance? I mean, Mr. Wilbrandt brought that up, that it's got setback provisions and they've been there for years, and we have experience with it. And certainly there are wineries that adjoin row crop properties and certain other kind of properties.
Commissioner Park, I think there's certain setbacks for a winery or winery tasting room, particularly in the inner rural area, that it has to be set back a certain distance from the property boundaries, and those, as far as I'm aware, on both sides seem to at least been appropriate. They're not overly burdensome from what I've heard, nor do they are they insufficient to provide sort of a compatibility with the adjacent residential use. And so I think the winery ordinance also has things that we looked at in terms of how do they deal with events. And some winery events have limitations on the hours if they're providing amplified sound. They also mentioned limitations are not to exceed 65 decibels at the property line. So certainly all of those approaches can be looked at by the commission. I think sort of the setback is one way that's at least somewhat more objective. But again, the starting point, that whether it be 1,000 feet, 500, those are just starting points. And if there's a different need for a different purpose, if it's for special events adjacent to residential and you're concerned about noise, maybe you have a different standard for setback if you want to go that way. It's a different dialogue versus the one that we're going to have for the variable ag setbacks between production and grazing. Ms. Harris just wanted to draw your point, and we've been more focused on the ag part of it, but there's another setback that you may want to consider, not just for campgrounds, but for events because of the more noise land use compatibility of adjacent uses.
Absolutely. But we're not seeing 1,000-foot setbacks in the winery ordinance, are we?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Mr. Reed?
Oh, just one question about the setback for sound purposes. If you have your 1,000-foot setback for sound purposes, do you intend to replace the 65 decibel at lot line limit with that? My second question is, have you observed some of the new sound systems they're putting in vehicles that are just a little noisier than a jet aircraft taking off? I mean, the setback is a good rule if you're talking about some guy playing the Dodger game too loud in his motorhome. But, you know, some of the serious sound systems, I think, would be better policed with the property line decibel limit.
Yeah, Commissioner Reed through the chair. So I think your first question, both the setback and the not exceeding the 65 decibel would still be proposed. Now I just lost my train of thought. Apologize, it'll come back to me.
I would just add to that, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I think, again, the idea with the setback is it's easily measurable. It doesn't take sound meters and noise studies to determine the level of attenuation because there's various factors that could influence that. It also accounts for, or just makes it easy from a planning standpoint and applicant standpoint to just demonstrate compliance. But it's not a complete substitute for that 65 decibel because there could be situations where someone is abusing that approach by, for example, blasting their music louder than what would be reasonable. So that measure would still be in place to address enforcement issues as they may arise. But again, the idea with the setback was it would be just much more easy to determine yes or no, check the box and move on.
Oh, I realize that's simple, but I come back again for people in small and irregularly shaped properties. They're still getting hung up with that 1,000-foot setback and, you know, issue that we've heard so much about. So.
I have a question that's sort of related to setbacks, and it deals with our existing policies like the ag element, the community plans. Because some of them have, as you just referred to, the buffers for ag from urban things. San Ynez Valley Community Plan has language that any development must be compatible with adjoining agricultural uses. I'm paraphrasing, but it's more or less that. It's also got language that's saying that the county shall develop and promote ag tourism, things like that. What happens when we have policies like the first one I referred to, that the development has to be compatible with adjoining agricultural uses that may be in conflict with the AEO? I mean, if somebody comes in and says, okay, I want to put in a campground in the San Ynez Valley Community Plan area and they otherwise qualify, can somebody say no because the San Ynez Community Plan says that it's got to be compatible, so it's got to somehow wind up in front of the Planning Commission, they can decide on it?
Commissioner Park, so as part of this ordinance package, I mean, ultimately, we need to ensure that the recommended amendments are both internally consistent with our zoning, but also consistent vertically with our policies. And so we'll be both, your commission will be making findings that you're recommending the board adopt, that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. So it's really, that's sort of the effort, is that we're thinking about these compatibility issues right now, so that hopefully there's a recommendation that we think we've landed on the right mix that we can make, and that finding that it is consistent with those types of policies.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just to point out though, depending on where your commission and ultimately where the board lands with respect to the permit tiers, zoning clearance, land use permit, CUP for the higher levels of use, the question of compatibility could still come to your commission if one of the uses was required to obtain an appealable planning permit. So that argument or that question of compatibility could be raised in a scenario where a project might be appealed if it falls under one of those higher tiers.
A tier that has discretionary approval.
A tier that has discretionary approval. But as Mr. Lack was indicated, the whole idea with developing the regulations and the development standards, setbacks, et cetera, is you are upfront establishing what you believe to be compatible levels of use.
Mr. Cooney?
I just didn't want to lose sight of the impending conflict between changes we might make and the existing draft environmental impact report.
Right.
We could spend a lot of time making changes and then in the end be advised that we have to redo in some respect the environmental study, and I'm dearly opposed to us having to do that if we can possibly avoid it.
Well, that makes sense. So when do we expect to have the final EIR? You probably said that already, but I forgot.
Commissioner Park, fellow planning commissioners. So based on our conversations today and likely motion at the end of this day to continue this hearing to January 10th, if at that hearing there was guidance on, to make a clear set of amendments and come back with a formal recommendation, it's that kind of after January 10th meeting that we would shoot to have the final EIR response to comments docketed with all the other final ordinance amendments for your consideration for a recommendation to the board. So we will, when we get to that point, we'll talk about, likely when that hearing may occur, but probably it will be in, February sometime based on where we are looking right now.
But is it fair, and are we doing our job adequately if we're giving you final conceptual direction before we see that final EIR? That's kind of what you're referring to, isn't it, Commissioner Cooney?
Yeah, Commissioner Park, just to add, so the information, obviously, the draft EIR is available out for public review. We received comments. Those response to comments, just, I'm not sure if I think we mentioned it, but just to restate it, that all of the comment letters that we did receive are posted on our Ag Enterprise Ordinance webpage. So certainly that at least is you can read, people, if they're interested, can look at those letters. And even if we had a proposed final EIR to you with all the response to comments already in your pocket, you're considering recommendations that we're going to be still having to go through that same exercise and looking at where those fit in with sort of the box that the project description is in the EIR, and are these just changes with inside the box that we normally would deal with through a EIR revision letter or something, or is it something different? And so that's still a conversation that is to be had once we get more clear direction from your commission.
Can you answer the question I asked? I mean, just on a calendar basis, when are we likely to see the final EIR? Because I think individual commissioners will have to decide in their own minds, are they ready to commit to a final conceptual directions to you for redrafting before or after they see that EIR?
So at least our tentative schedule that we had planned on with the consultant is to have it to us before the holiday break. And then depending upon when our next hearing would be, they would be docketed with that final hearing. Now, if we need to reconvene because there may have been some adjustments with their schedule, but there's the potential that that could be available for the January 10th meeting. If we do get the final before then, we can make that available for the January 10th meeting.
And if not by then
Then it would be
after, I would.
Right, because then at the January 10th meeting, it's either if we're still needing another meeting to get to the point of recommendation, we have to find a date unknown. If you do get those final recommendations on January 10th, the final hearing is likely going to be in probably mid-February, just because it's going to take staff. There's a lot of products that we have to prepare for your consideration. So we're going to need at least a 3-week break.
I think you'll need more, but okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Cooney, does that address your general concerns about the EIR? At least give you more than you had?
What it does address is the big picture view of where we're going, because I myself have been lost at what information you've received from the commission today and the testimony before us that makes it any more certain than it was at the outset. So I'm not optimistic that we're going to have a lot of guidance before the 10th. We're talking about having a meeting where we hear extensively from one of our advisory committees, and that alone could change some of the ordinance provisions that we would decide on are worth backing today. So it's a challenging system to try and draft an ordinance and put it into effect. But we are doing our job, I think. Especially our chair has been spending extra time to try and narrow down the issues and give us a chance to give direction back to staff. And staff's, I don't know how many times you heard, I remember Mr. Tautram's testimony, 6 different items he thought we were wrong about and should change. So just expanding from that as an example, there's a lot of work ahead. And, I think staff has to guide us as to when we have something that will stand the test of time and court review even, potentially.
That reminds me to add, go ahead, Commissioner Briley.
Well, I guess I'm confused, or maybe I'm just tired. I concurred with most of Mr. Tautram's comments, and so I guess I'm wondering, when is that going to go to staff as a feedback for whatever adjustments they might want to make in the tables or the draft ordinance? Are we waiting until after we have the session with the Ag Advisory Commission, and maybe the final EIR is in our hands, or when are we doing that? Or was today our chance?
I don't think today's your chance to bring up things, but you'll certainly have other chances that I, for one, and I'm sure there will be others, and some of these people who've been in the room will have specific changes that they want. And we've been trying to urge folks out there in the public world to put those in writing and get them to us. So you'll have more chances. And I would not expect staff to rewrite provisions of the ordinance in response to any given speakers yet. I would think that everyone here, needs to be able to express changes you want and see what consensus we can get in making directions to staff as to what they should go revise. And so I kind of share Commissioner Cooney's opinion that that's unlikely to happen even by the end of January 10. But we'll make a a good step forward on it. I think today has been very useful. I'm very happy with all the correspondence we've been receiving. It's been so specific. Look at Ms. Citrons, where she literally had redlined copies of the ordinance. That's helpful. But it does remind me that somebody proposed, okay, that staff synthesize these comment letters into a sort of a chart that would, on one side, have your draft language that you've got, but then on the other side, have a summary of those specific recommendations made in these letters from various sources, so that planning commissioners and staff, instead of going to 6 or 7 different letters, and then comparing them to the draft language, could look at a table, a cheat sheet, whatever you want to call it, that summarizes those things on one side and has the ordinance on the other. That would be incredibly useful for me. And you know, you do a very good job of that already in every staff report, where you have the policy consistency tables. You know what I'm referring to? Where you'll say, here's the policy and here's the consistency. Or you also do it on the tables you have for, here's appellate appeal issues and here's our response. So how would you like to do that over Christmas holidays? Is that possible?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I would rather not be responsible for having to synthesize all the comment letters we've received. In part, we did that this morning with our presentation in terms of the comments we did receive at the last hearing.
Yeah.
And, you know, not all comment letters are created equal in terms of the clarity in which they're written.
Admire your diplomacy.
Some have very clear recommendations and suggestions, and those might not be that challenging to synthesize or compile. Others, less so. So I don't want to take on that responsibility of trying to understand and navigate through the myriad of letters we've received. I think if your commission has seen comments that sort of catch your eye or have caught your eye and you like the idea of, and you want to direct staff to look into it further and maybe pull together some options, especially as we work with Ag Advisory Committee over between now and the next meeting, I think we're happy to do that. But to just kind of have us go back and look through and try to compile all the comments we received, I'm not sure how productive that would be.
Kind of an uneven quality of information. Well, that's a fair response, and maybe that should be our goal. You know, by the end of January 10, to be able to give you, us commissioners, give you the feedback on, okay, here's the comments that we'd like you to list and to work on. And then the next hearing after that, we'll try to have our directions based on that. But at least we can synthesize better after you get the feedback from the commissioners that you just pointed out would be useful, and do that after our meeting with Ag Advisory Committee.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, certainly, and
practical.
You know, if there's information that you already kind of have a sense of today, you are certainly welcome to give us some direction as opposed to waiting until January 10th just to try to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, I don't know. I appreciated the clarity of the practical inclusions in Ms. Citron's letter, but I'd like to go over that more myself now that I've heard the discussion of SB 620. And I know we need to rework the buffer / setbacks, but that's a big issue of its own, so it's hard to be any more specific on that. So I think probably the best thing for us to do is continue to the 10th and call it a day. But if somebody else wants to make further comment or ask further questions, I don't want to cut you off. Commissioner Reed?
A really brief one for the road. I noticed we have not discussed it, but I do recall seeing, I think in one or two of the public comment letters early on, a question with respect to stacking approvals if an owner wanted to incorporate more than one enterprise. I mean, what I could envision is somebody has a farm stay or a campground, visitors come, they taste some wine, it's afternoon, there's nothing to do. What if that owner wanted to provide things like an educational tour or a yoga class or maybe even a cooking class? It would definitely, I think, provide the visitors with a more global experience, a more enjoyable experience, and afford greater opportunity to the host. So I was just, since I had not heard it mentioned, I was just hoping that the ordinance would incorporate some facility for allowing the owner host to accommodate that desire.
I concur. There's feedback.
I do too, and something I've spoken about with Cassandra, who has a long name at Hip Camp, and I asked her about stacking, in particular, camping, small cabin, etc. She says what a lot of property owners do is they'll have a few rudimentary campsites, some RV sites, and a cabin or two, and that's just what people tend to do across the country. So that militates in favor of stacking.
Commissioner Park, other members of the commission. I think one of the questions that staff has about stacking is actually in the other direction. Currently, the way the ordinance is written, anyone could participate in one of these uses. So anyone could start stacking uses, doing multiple uses, because if they're allowed with an exemption, then there's nothing there that would prevent them from doing those uses. What staff was more interested in our question back to the commission for recommendations on stacking is there a point where the combination of certain of these uses that, as currently proposed, would all be exempt, where perhaps those uses might be a little too much without a permit? And that's kind of putting it politely. So if you've got, you're taking advantage of exempt special events and you're doing 8 per year, whatever the maximum is that you're allowed, but then you're also doing exempt educational opportunities and you're doing the maximum that's allowed under the exempt educational opportunities, you're having a lot of people coming to the site, and those don't, without permits, and you may be adding incidental food to those, you may be adding horseback riding, you may be adding some of the permitted uses like the campground or a farm stay. But is there a point when you look at this ordinance where there might be a combination of uses that might be too much to be allowed under an exemption? And so that's where staff is interested in the commission's input.
Yeah, that cumulative impact.
Cumulative.
Okay. Commissioner Briley? Your microphone.
I always get that confused. Red tells me no, but red is on.
No.
Anyway, I'm not worried about it, because I think what should happen is that we should get through this ordinance and get something done and out there. I think there's always a chance, as we saw with the cannabis ordinance, that it can be amended. If it turns out that P&D within 2 years has an onslaught of things that are walking and talking like a major CUP, but avoided by virtue of stacking, then that's a report you can bring back to us to say, we're concerned about the intensity that's turning out from this ordinance, but to actually project that and get worried about it now and pull back on the ordinance, which is already now laden with a lot more requirements than I think the ag community thought were going to be present, because we have things like the fire code and environmental health standards and everything else. I would not be worried about the stacking, although I appreciate the point. We can amend ordinances in the future, as we have seen. So that's my
Well, one idea I heard, and maybe it was from you, was that it would almost be worth building in a review period in this ordinance that we'll come back and look at it in 2 or 3 years. So we don't have to go through the whole LRP getting FTEs assigned to it and all that again. I don't know. Okay. Are we at the stage then that we want to be continuing to January 10? Or do you have further things you want to address? Commissioner Cooney?
I've been at the stage for Well over an hour.
I know that. I think for 3 or 4 hours, but it's okay.
My motion is to continue this matter from today's hearing to the 10th of January and to wish all relaxing and enjoyable holiday period. And lastly, to commend the effort our chair has made this year, exceptional in my view. And I've seen chairs, I've been a chair, and he's put a lot of time in. John deserves our praise, and I know as a commissioner, he will still be influential on all these issues as well as the ones we don't know about now.
Well, thank you. Is there a second so we can get this continued?
I so second that, and including all of those thoughts.
Very good. Do we need to speak in deliberations regarding our motion? And county council, so you can have another word on this one. You've been very busy today. Do we need to speak to integrating some session with Ag Advisory Commission into our motion, or is that something we just kind of will work it out?
Not at this time, Chair.
Very good. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I want to commend staff for their presentation today. We didn't give you very long between the last hearing and this one, and I figured you would just kind of show up, you know. And in fact, you gave a great presentation because it covered some fundamental foundational topics that we needed to hear about. One, of course, was SB 620, but just even how things work that were all in your slideshow. And I think that was a really important thing to do. It puts us all on a higher joint level from the Planning Commission. And I think that having the coordination with Environmental Health Service and Fire Department was also extremely useful because it responds directly to the complaint sometimes from the property owners that, oh, well, P&D lets us do this, but then it goes back to here and we don't get it with EHS and all that. And now I think folks have a better big picture. So thank you very much. You did really great work today and before then. Thank you. Okay, I think we have nothing further in this hearing or even for the year. So let's adjourn.